All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated. Please call the case, Mr. Court Officer.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is the file number case CBC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Selimi, and Jakub Krsnici. Thank you, Your Honors.
We note that the accused are all present in court today. Before the witness is brought in, we do have a few preliminary matters to address. First, on 24 March 2025, the defense filed a request seeking admission of a statement of W02172. This is in filing F03054. The panel notes that the SPO has previously indicated that it would not object to admission of the statement should the defense wish to tender it. I am referring to filing F02782, paragraph 53I, and filing F02888, paragraph 4. Accordingly, and with a view to expediting resolution of this motion, the panel would like to know whether the parties are in a position to provide response or reply at this time, as the case may be, to F03054 during today's hearing or at the start of tomorrow's hearing. Mr. Prosecutor, is there any objection to the admission?
I will have to check here, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can.
Could you do that yet before the next, or after the next break? The panel notes that today's witness, W04403, has communicated to the registry that he is not available next week, so we must finish with him today. Or work him in tomorrow with the other witness, one of the other. Next, the panel will give the floor to the defense, the Thaçi defense, as requested yesterday via email, to tender documents in relation to W03724. Does this need to be in private session, Mr. Misitich?
It does not, but if you just give me a moment to pull up the
Sure.
ERNs. Yes, I'm ready.
You may go ahead.
Thank you. We wish to tender two documents that were in our presentation queue for questioning at trial on 14 September 2023. That's at transcript page 8181. We tender DHT 02008 to DHT 02010 and DHT 02011 to DHT 02011. We have now received clearance from the provider to tender those.
Yes, Your Honor, we do object to the admission of these items. They were not put to the witness at issue. The fact they were in a presentation queue doesn't change anything. Their admission is not appropriate in the manner proposed by the defense. The defense could either try to tender it in the prosecution case through another witness if applicable. The only other alternative under the regulatory framework would be to do so during the defense case. And in that regard, I know that we cannot admit it in the manner proposed because it was not put to the relevant witness. The relevant witness was not allowed to give appropriate comment on the item. Similarly, we were not allowed to use the item with the witness or in cross-examination. So this would fall well outside the scope of what is permissible for the defense to tender during the prosecution's case. And indeed, it would set a dangerous precedent should admission be allowed.
Your Honor, I do actually believe that there were some questions that were based on the documents, although the documents themselves were not put to the witness. I don't know about what dangerous precedent would be set with two witnesses left in the prosecution case, but they're relevant, they're material, and they're related to the testimony of the witness and the subject matter that he was testifying about.
We'll mark them in if I get a chance to we'll mark them MFI and get a chance to discuss it, and then we'll make a ruling on it yet today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honors, DHT 02008 to DHT 02010 will be assigned will be marked for identification with 1D00258, and it's classified as confidential. And the other document, which is DHT 02011 to DHT 02011, will be marked for identification with 1D00259, classified as confidential. Thank you, Your Honors.
Mr. President, I forgot to raise one issue, and I can get it for you at the next break. But with respect to the argument by the prosecution that there's prejudice, one of the reasons that they've been cleared is that they are nearly identical to documents that are already in the prosecution's possession, although in a slightly different format, but the content is basically identical. And so I can get you those SPO ERN numbers, but there was no prejudice. They could have used that document as well.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, if I may respond to that, that changes nothing. Those items were still not used with the witness, and counsel gave no reason now as to why they couldn't use these allegedly similar or identical documents with that witness instead. So there's no change in terms of this falling outside the scope of what the defense can admit during the prosecution case.
Briefly, I was just addressing the argument that they were somehow prejudiced by not being able to use the document.
I understand that. Thank you.
One other matter unrelated, Your Honor, to this current litigation, but related to what you asked me before. I'm told that we indicated before that we would not object to the defense if they tender the additional statement of 2172, so I confirm there's no objection to that.
So the statement of W02172, which is filing F03054, is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honors. The numbers will be assigned accordingly.
All right. Thank you. One last thing, because of the crunch on these last two witnesses, we will just take an hour for lunch. We'll try to start up again at 2 o'clock instead of 2:30 to just give a little extra time. And everyone, please, not restricting anybody in the cross-examination or redirect, but let's make it as on important issues and not peripheral issues as much as possible. So I trust you will do that.
Your Honor, I've indicated 3 hours, but I'm most likely going to be much shorter than that, probably half of that.
I appreciate that. Thank you. So you may, Madam Usher, you may bring the witness in. I'm sorry for the short delay this morning. There was apparently a transportation issue getting people here, so we had to start a little late. Good morning, Mr. Malaku. We received your
Good morning.
available next week. We were just asking that in case there was an issue, but we understand that you cannot be, and we understand the reason why. We will attempt to get you finished today, if not, perhaps for just a short bit tomorrow, because we have another witness tomorrow as well, but everyone's doing their best.
Of course. No problem.
Zoti Gjykatës, unë kam marrë
Your Honor, I am here to make myself available to the justice system. I'm not here to accuse or defend anyone. I'm here to answer any questions are asked of me.
We'll begin now. We want to remind you to please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to remember or to indicate the basis of your knowledge of the facts and circumstances upon which you will be questioned. I remind you that you are still under an obligation to tell the truth as stated by you in your solemn declaration. Please also remember to speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and then speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. If you feel the need to take a break, please make an indication and we will accommodate you. We continue now with cross-examination. Mr. Dixon from the Vasily defense will be first.
Thank you, Your Honours. Good morning, Mr. Moloku. My name is Rodney Dixon. I'm going to ask you some questions on behalf of my client, Mr. Kadri Vasily.
mirëmëngjes.
Good morning. Thank you, counsel.
And I hope that my questions will just warrant short answers. So if you could just focus on answering those few questions, we can get through this fairly quickly.
Do të përpiqem.
I will try.
I'm going to start with the book, Mr. Moloku, that a number of questions have been asked about. And if I could have on screen, please, P2103. In English, it's page 49 of the PDF, and the Albanian is page 54. I'm just going to ask you to start with some questions about a passage while this is being called up so that you know. It's just some brief background, Mr. Moloku. Does 49 in English, 54 in Albanian, please. Just check it's right. Yes, it's the section where it says, Mr. Moloku, please, some biographical notes for our readers. So if you could just zoom in on, is it the left-hand side? So on the right side, sorry, the right side of the Albanian. And you say this there, I'll read it out. In 1981, I completed the military academy in Zagreb, but in 1985, I was imprisoned by the Secret Service of the Yugoslav Armed Forces. At that time, I was politically convicted in Sarajevo with the first group of Albanian officers. Then, from 1988 until 1991, I was involved in the founding of the Council for the Defense of Human Rights and Freedoms, headquartered in Ljubljana. Also during these years, I was one of the founders and later president of the Mijini, Albanian-Slovenian Association, which at the time was known more by the name Alternativa in public. In 1991, I was involved in the formation of a military unit composed of Albanians in Croatia. It is well known, however, that due to conflicts that were happening in Kosovo at the time, we had to give up on that project. I repeat, unfortunately, we were forced to give up on that project. Even today, I think that being forced to leave aside that project was wrong. Since the month of April of this year, that's 1998, I have been in Kosovo. I live and act here arm in arm with the KLA and the people who fight in self-defense. You see that there, Mr. Moloko. I'm going to ask you some questions about it.
Yes.
The president of this association, Alternativa, from 1989 to 1996, just before the war started.
Në atë periudhë kohore kam
I was on 3 occasions chairman of that association during that period of time. I left my functions in 1997. The statute of the association foresaw the replacement of the chairman every year in order to avoid a monopoly. So I was on 3 times chairman of the association for a mandate of 1 year each time.
Thank you. And it's right, is it not, that this association was a very well-known and high-profile one from early on, which was calling for self-governance in Kosovo and independence for Kosovo?
Yes. Yes.
It's correct, isn't it, that as the president of this association, not only were you a professional career soldier, but you were also a prominent public figure who was well known in Kosovo and the region because of your work with this association.
isha shumë I njohur.
I was well known, very well known, not only in Kosovo, but also known by the wider opinion beyond Kosovo borders. I was internationally known, not only in Slovenia, but beyond.
That's one of the reasons, is it not, why many journalists and commentators during the war came to you to interview you, to get your views on what was happening. You were a very well-known public figure.
Po, ish
Correct. I was the officer who was best known in the KLA, and I also had joined using my real name, which was very rare, meaning professional officers within the ranks of the KLA in Kosovo. As a result of this, to be honest, the journalists were looking for me in the territories where I was, asking to get interviews with me in relation to the situation, the war, political developments in Pristina. Everything a journalist needs to inquire about with the person who this journalist thinks has the knowledge and the necessary information for that.
Yes, thank you. And you always felt free and open to speak to the journalists about what your views were. That's right, isn't it?
Gjithmonë kam
I was always free in my opinions. I always expressed them based on my professional knowledge and allow me to say one sentence, counsel, which is meaningful to you and to everyone here. In all the KLA structures that we officers set up, those organizational structures, 16 volunteers were part of these structures during 14 months. 16,000 different opinions, but there was one thing we all had in common, which was the purpose to liberate Kosovo. I told to SPO in Ljubljana, and you have it in the transcript, it's very difficult to understand the Kosovo Liberation Army. It is very difficult to understand an army that emerged from a oppressed people and view it as an irregular army. So there were different opinions, but we had our aim, our purpose in common, and as a result of it, we respected each other, we supported each other. That purpose was the war to liberate Kosovo.
Thank you, Mr. Maloko. I want to go on then to ask you about one of the people, in fact, who you say was a comrade of yours back in Croatia in 1991, and that's Mr. Mensur Kasumi. You gave evidence yesterday that you gave him a request to demobilize in June of 1999, and that you saw him and you had a long conversation with him catching up when you did that. Do you remember giving that evidence?
Paul.
Yes. I did not submit my request with him. I just gave it to him so that he could pass it on to the Chief of Staff of the General Staff. So the Chief of Staff was to give an order to demobilize me. If you read my request, it says that if you do not demobilize me, I will use my right, which is that I voluntarily joined the KLA ranks, and I will then voluntarily leave it. So, be that based on the rules or internal rules of the KLA, they had no right to prohibit me from leaving if that was my wish. That sentence is included in the request.
He was part then of the General Staff, Mr. Kasumi, and you said that he told me that there was a reorganization of the General Staff happening. That's at page 68 of the provisional transcript yesterday. I just want to ask you some questions about that, because you won't necessarily know this, but we have a statement from Mr. Kasumi, which parts of were read to Mr. Zarapi when he testified here, and that's at page 17826 onwards. You don't have to worry about the numbers. I'm just doing that so everyone in the courtroom knows what I'm referring to. But here's my question. He said in his statement that he was first the deputy zone commander in the Shala zone, and then in February 1999, he essentially went into the position that you had been in, or one of those positions, as being in charge of the Directorate of Operations for the KLA. And then he said this. I'm just going to read it out to you and then ask you about that in light of what you've said. After Rambouillet and the formation of the provisional government, my role continued as chief of the operational directorate, but in the first week of April 1999, I also became chief of military intelligence, ZKZ. And then he showed an order of 4 May that he had signed in that position. That's an exhibit in the case 2D17. Once again, you don't have to worry about the numbers, but what I wanted to ask, given what he has said here, is that what he talked about with you when he met you about reorganizing the General Staff, that he was in these positions now as the Directorate of Operations in charge of that, and also the Chief of Military Intelligence? Is that how you recall it?
To tell the truth, I didn't know that he had the position of chief of intelligence. I was aware of the reorganization of the general staff, though, because the war was over and the organizational structures of the KLA were in the process of becoming smaller, diminishing. This was part of the obligations deriving from the obligations of the KLA deriving from the Kumanov Agreement. So the general staff was being reorganized, becoming smaller, and this is why I asked the question, did my name come up for any potential position, to which he replied no. Then I wrote my request to be demobilized, and it ended with me leaving Kosovo. As I explained to the SPO, I went to Germany in Mainz for further medical treatment and then returned to Kosovo.
Focus on the question I'm asking. Do you recall that what he was saying was that some people were moving from the KLA general staff, from their positions in that, to the provisional government or other positions outside of the KLA? Is that what the discussion was generally about, if you recall?
Ma shumë kemi
We focused most mainly on our past experiences live together from the moment we met in Gospic and until that day. I mentioned this in the book as well, that we discussed leaving the army then, and I mentioned this also in my previous interviews.
You do recall that he did mention that there was reorganization of the general staff going on at that time. That's as much as you remember.
Yes, yes.
Now, I want to ask you about another matter. You were yesterday very briefly by the SPO asked some questions about Mr. Faton Mametai. You said this this is page 18 of the provisional transcript. As far as I know, Faton Mametai was a senior officer or responsible for the so-called sector of intelligence and counterintelligence in Dukagjin zone. From what I heard, Finite Ramosa helped him. And then you went on to say that in 1999, when you were in the Dukagjin zone, I saw him several times, you said. We saw each other on the street, but I don't recall to have been present in any meeting where he was present. I don't think I ever attended such a meeting. Now, I just wanted to ask you, in all the meetings that you had in the zone in 1999, when you were going to all the villages, all the units, all the inspections that you said you were conducting, and going to the front lines, and in all your interactions at the zone command level, I mean, is it your evidence that you never ever came across Mr. Mametai in any meeting where you attended?
Correct. In the units I visited and meetings I attended, the inspections I carried out, in the smaller units in every brigade within the Dukagjini zone, I never saw him. He never attended any of these. He had another job and I had my job. Mine was to inspect, advise, if needed, train, educate, instruct them on the use of weapons, because you have to bear in mind that the ranks of the KLA were filled constantly with new recruits, so they needed to be trained and instructed. This was my work. my job had nothing in common with the tasks and duties or work that Fatan Mehmet carried out. So there was no common task or any meeting point in the exercise of our duties and functions.
I understand that he wasn't ever at any meetings that you attended. But what I wanted to put further to you, Mr. Boloka, is that Mr. Mameta was in fact interviewed by the SBO. And I'm going to give a reference. Once again, don't worry about it. That's for everyone following. And that's at 056292, part 3, page 24, and part 5, page 5, where he said to the SBO, and I want to see if this accords with what you knew at the time. He said that he was in intelligence in Duquesne in June of 1998. However, he only held that position for about 1.5 months and was then replaced by Mr. Hussein Gashi, who was in that role thereafter for another approximately 1.5 to 2 months, and that no one then replaced Mr. Gashi in that role. And then he said this further, and I'll read it out to you to see if this accords with what you remember. And this is at the same reference, but now it's part 5, page 15 onwards. He said, I was not active at all between September and January. So that's September 98 and January 99. I wasn't active at all. I stayed in hiding 2 months in my own house and 1 month in Fanette's house. Then I went to Toyak, stayed there for 2 months. Then I went to Yabanitsa to my uncle's daughter, Shkirte Berisha. I stayed there for a month. During my stay in Yabanitsa for a month, I visited the staff ever so often because I haven't been part for a long time. I couldn't incorporate myself because of not having been in contact for a long time. Now, that's what he told the SBO. What I want to check with you say you never spoke to him, you weren't in any meetings with him. Is it possibly correct that that was because he wasn't actually performing any function in the KLA in 1999 when you were there in Yabanitsa?
Under de zonen operatief.
I went to the Duquesne operation zone at the end of January 99. Apparently, I must have seen him around the staff and have thought that it was part of his function. I didn't have anything to do with him in terms of responsibilities or military activity that I was performing in Kosovo at the time. There was nothing in common between our activities.
Would it be correct then to say that you just didn't know what his function was? If he had any, you just didn't know what it was. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
And can I just check, going back to 1998, when you were in Munich, you never came across him at that time. Is that right?
Ja.
No.
I now want to ask you some questions about that document that was shown to you yesterday, the one that has got intelligence sector at the end, the unsigned document. It's P2102. You will recall it. I'll bring it up on the screen so we can both look at it together, please. Yes, that's it there. Thank you. You remember this document from yesterday,
Paul.
Mr. Muluka. It's correct, isn't it? You've said you had never seen it before. The SBO showed it to you, but it's correct that you have no idea who authored this document.
Exact.
Correct.
You have no idea what happened to this document, where it might have been sent. That's right, isn't it?
Unë e përherë të parë nga
I saw this document from this document I saw for the first time that somebody, how shall I say, reported on or made assessment about my engagements on the ground. I have no information. It's the first time that I've seen this document here.
Yes, and I wanted to ask, following up from that, did anyone after this period, so after the 16th of March, ever raise with you anything about a report on you and raise any problem with you that you'd brought a certain Major Dibra there and that he shouldn't be put on active duty in the Bahrain Valley? Did anybody ever come and say that to you?
Zoti Avokat jo.
Counsel, no, because it was not me who brought Major Dibra. I explained how I met him with Gzim Ostreni. I had the honor to be with him during all the time to carry out tasks and duties that we considered useful for the structures of the units of the KLA, for the increase of their effectiveness in the war. Council, I was not in Kosovo to collect apples. I was there to fight, to set up structures, to train people, to teach people how to face up to the enemy, how to fight, to ensure that we had less victims. That was part of my job. As to who has written reports on me, I'm not concerned about that even now.
Just to clarify then, no one at the zone level, Mr. Haradinaj, no one in the zone came to you and said, look, we have a report, we have a problem here, and confronted you over this. That's right, that never happened.
Deri sot kur.
Until now, no, never.
So your relations at the zone level and with Mr. Haradinaj were always good and positive. You never felt that you were suspected or sidelined in any way.
Zoti
Mr. Haradinaj himself asked me to go to the General Staff in January to go and help in the Dukajini operational zone. I may tell you that all the journalists who came to the area and asked for interviews, he referred them to me. Even the observers of the international mission, when they were there, because when the NATO strike started, they withdrew. Even those, he oriented them to me regarding issues that were related to my work. He told them to come to me to get answers. I felt very certain and very comfortable in what I was doing vis-à-vis Mr. Haradinaj.
Yes, so you were never challenged over these so-called allegations of a pro-government stance and praising Rugova. That never was an issue that was brought up where you were challenged. That's right, isn't it?
Zoti Avokat.
Counsel, Rugova was not only a political leader, he was also the spiritual leader of Albanians. And I have appreciated that. I cooperated with him, or Rugova with me, before the Democratic League of Kosovo was established. The newspaper that we issued in Ljubljana was called Alternative. And Rugova was a member of the publishing council. You can have a look at those newspapers issues, and you can see there that Rugova was a member of the publishing council of that newspaper. So I knew him before the establishment of the Democratic League. I had also spiritual ties with him. As I said, he was the spiritual leader of Albania.
Now, I was just trying to clarify that it's right, you were never challenged at the Duke of Jean zone level about any of these kinds of matters. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct.
I want to then move on to one final topic, and that is you were shown a document yesterday, P2097. We don't have to call it up. It was the minutes of a meeting that you attended on the 30th of January 1999. You remember there was a list of various platoon commanders there, and one of the people who attended was Lulzum Marina. You remember giving evidence about that yesterday?
Yes.
That Mr. Lulzum Marina, he became the commander of the 135 Brigade in the Duke of Jean zone.
That he became commander of 135 Brigade. This I don't remember. If he became commander, maybe it was after I left the Dukagjini area on the 8th of May. Otherwise, Brigade 135 was in Lugu Idrinit, as we say, and its seat was in Trstenik. During the time I passed through Trstenik to go to 133 Brigade, Lulzim Marina was not part of that structure that received me in Trstenik and escorted me until Studenica, where the brigade staff, the 135 brigade staff was. The appointment of Lulzim Marina may have happened after May 1999.
Okay, I'll come back to his appointment shortly, but I just wanted to check. Lulzim Marina, was he known as Luli? Because his name is Lulzim, that's a short form Luli for Lulzim, is it not?
Yes, somebody called him Luli, but we all knew that it was Lulzim Marina. Even the soldiers knew that, and the staff of the brigade, that he was Lulzim Marina. Usually, pseudonyms are used when you don't, the structure or the circle where a person acts doesn't know him. But in his case, when somebody is called Lulzim, for short we call them Luli. It's not a pseudonym, it's a shorter form of the name.
Yes, I wasn't suggesting it was a pseudonym, it's just a, as you say, short version of the name Lulzim, and it's right that he was known as Luli.
Yes, the short version.
Then come back to this issue of when he was appointed. If I could call up one document in that regard, U001468. That's the Albanian with the English translation. You'll get that on your screen, Mr. Maloku. Yes, if we could just scroll down, you'll see this is an order dated 22 March 1999, signed by Luzum Marina, the commander of the 135 Brigade. You see that there?
Po,
Yes.
Signature?
jo,
No, I never saw his signature before.
Agree with me that this order confirms that he was the commander of the 135 Brigade at that time, 22 March 1999, from what this order says.
nëse mundini me lëshu ma.
If you can roll it down, the document, please.
Yes, please.
Po. Nuk shoh këtu asnjë.
I don't see here any stamp or any sign that this is an official document issued by the Dukagjini Operational Zone. Usually, such documents were kept by Emrush Gemaili. He was responsible for the documents of the Dukagjini operations zones. I don't see any sign that it's a document of the Dukagjini operations zone, and the date 22/3/99. I don't frankly remember that he was a brigade commander. At least I didn't know him to be in that position.
More document then that I want to show you, just to see if this assists, and that is U00036661 to U003661. It's just one page with the English translation. You see that there. This was another document that was disclosed to us, which has 135 Brigade written in, dated 18 March 1999. It doesn't have any of those in the battalions below filled in, but it does have the Commander Luzum Marina filled in there. Do you see that? With a deputy commander as well.
Po,
Yes, I see that.
And does this assist you in remembering whether he was the commander of that brigade at that time?
jo, nuk.
No. I didn't know until now that at that time he was a brigade commander.
Evidence earlier, he might have been appointed into that position, but you think it was later. Is that right?
Po,
Yes, this is what I thought.
And would it be correct that if in any documents the 135 Brigade is referred to as having a commander Luli, that would be referring to Luzum Marina?
në qoftë se ka.
If Lord Zimorina was a brigade commander, then many soldiers and superior officers of various structures in Dukagjin may have said that he was the brigade commander, that is 135 brigade commander.
And that the words Commander Luli would refer to him because his name is Luzum, and that's a short form for Luzum.
Luli, po, është.
Yes, it's logical.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Maloko. I have no further questions for you. Thank you, Your Honours.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon.
Faleminderit edhe ju, zot.
Thank you, Council.
Break now. And we'll come back to the courtroom in 10 minutes. Please don't speak with anyone outside the courtroom. You may go with the court attendant to leave the room. We're adjourned until 10:10.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated, please. Please bring the witness in. Do you have a? That's up. Mr. Roberts, representing the Salimi defense, will be next to ask you questions. Please give him your attention.
Thank you, Your Honour, and good morning, Mr. Maloku.
Good morning.
With a bit of luck, I may be able to finish by the break at 11 o'clock. I've got a few different discrete topics, and hopefully my answers, or my questions should be clear, and your answers should hopefully be able to be yes or no to most of my questions. Obviously, if you need to expand, please feel free to do so. I hope that's all clear.
Thank you, Counsel.
You mentioned multiple times in court and throughout your interviews, so provisional transcript of the 24th of March, pages 37 and 38, about how the KLA was a volunteer army. And you've mentioned that throughout your SBO interview. I won't give all the references, but P2090.4, page 5, P2090.3, pages 17 to 18. And you also said the same in your ICTY interview back in 2005. That's all clear and accurate, isn't it?
Paul. Yes. From the first to the last soldier, the entire structure of the KLA was voluntary.
Demobilized in June, or requested to demobilize on the 20th of June 1999. You specifically referred to the fact that you joined voluntarily, and if your request is not fulfilled, you will leave voluntarily the army ranks as well. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, certainly. It is my right. If I join voluntarily, then I have the right to leave voluntarily. If my request to be demobilized is not approved in writing, every soldier, Counsel, there were soldiers who were members of the KLA for a month, others 2 months, and then others who stayed throughout the time. But they are all veterans because no one can deny their contribution to the KLA, even if that was 1 day. In other armies, for example, in the Croatian army, you need to have stayed at least 6 months within the army to be recognized the status of veteran. whereas in the KLA, one single day would suffice for a person to be recognized as a veteran. This is the distinction, the difference between a structure that is set up voluntarily and other armies which are set up on institutional basis based on laws adopted in official institutions such as assemblies, etc.
Just signaling, I was just trying to indicate that I just wanted to clarify the question. So again, you can provide a short and direct, concise answer if possible. The point I was making is that that situation didn't change throughout the entire war, did it? At any point from when you enlisted or when you joined up until June, you felt you could leave as a volunteer?
Yes.
That you were fighting with on the ground, they also believed they could leave when they wished to. That's right, isn't it?
Sigurisht.
That's right. With your permission, 1 minute. 2 soldiers came from Switzerland. They had taken their annual leave, one a month and another one a month and 2 days. Once they finished their annual leave, they said, "Commander, I need to go back to work." They laid down the weapon and went back to Switzerland. The second one had another 2 weeks available and was unfortunately killed 3 days later in Morin. He's now a martyr. This is how it functioned.
Helps to clarify that the question I was going to ask was the difficulties that that voluntary nature posed for being able to structure an army. If people could leave whenever they wanted, that made surely it difficult for any units to function effectively, did it not?
It is difficult from one perspective. For example, in maintaining a constant structure, regular army which functions constantly in the same way, it builds up experience, whereas so we had soldiers who would come and go, and then the new recruits had to be trained from scratch. So this is about the compliance with the chain of command orders. For example, we were not in a position to tell to a soldier, "I order you to go here and there," but the request would be, "Would you go here and there?" Or, "Who is willing to go to this?" We call them intense points. So we chose volunteers. We would say, who's willing to go to this or that positions that were more dangerous. It is difficult to explain the numerous problems faced by in a voluntary army by the commanding structures. It is difficult to explain this complexity in a court proceedings here.
I'd just like to move on now to the Operations Directorate. Now, you've explained in your preparation session that the Operations Directorate and the General Staff as a whole was created in December, or started operating in December 1998, so that's paragraph 7 of your prep note, so P2091. But you also told the SPO that in July 98, Bislim Zarapi had visited you and told you that he was setting up the Operational Directorate. Do you remember giving that evidence? That's the provisional transcript of yesterday, pages 31, 32.
Yes.
Time in July, effectively the Operations Director was Mr. Zarapi himself only. Is that right? When he was starting to set it up.
Yes, because the operational directorate needs to be first established in order to have a clear picture of the entire territory. Bislim had gone out to visit all territories under KLA control in order to get to know all the units there, see who's there, so that he would have a clear picture of the whole territory, the logistical resources and the capabilities, human capabilities throughout the territory of Kosovo. And this is a normal process in such activities.
For that meeting in mid-July 1998 with Mr. Zarapi, there wasn't an effective operations directorate, was there?
Correct, there wasn't.
And so between this time in July 98 and when you joined the General Staff in November, Mr. Zarapi presumably was in the process of trying to organise and establish this directorate, but it wasn't actually functioning up until November and December. Is that right?
You're right. If I may give a short additional explanation. I met Zurabi on the 17th of July. Actually, when he visited me in my brigade in Unic, we met in a village because I was visiting at that time another unit. On the 17th or 18th of August, when I was extracted from the Prapachan operational zone because I was wounded to Breshans in Suhareka, Bislim Zurapi was not in Kosovo any longer. He returned only in November 98. So, in other words, he was not present in the territory of Kosovo.
Planning was being done elsewhere outside of Kosovo by Mr. Zarapi. And
yes,
you joined. You mentioned that the director of the operative direction or directorate was a General Ramiz Beshi, but he never took up his post and remained outside Kosovo throughout the entire conflict. Is that right?
Yes, this is what I was told by Bislim Zurabi, which is that the chief of the operational directorate would be Ramiz Berici, a renowned general in Bosnia. And during my stay in the operational directorate of the general staff, I remember Ramiz Berici calling on 2 occasions, and I happened to be there. So I picked up the phone and we had a conversation. He introduced himself as Ramiz Berici, inquired about what was happening, so we were waiting for him to come. We were expecting his arrival.
Throughout the conflict, is that right, to your knowledge?
He never arrived.
Having a head of the operation director outside the country, outside the theatre of conflict, that undermined the ability of the directorate to function. Is that fair?
We were forced to work with the available resources. Council, the senior officers like Ramiz Berici, Rahim Ademi, a very known person in the war in Croatia, it was difficult for them to join or assume functions in staffs if there are no institutions in place as that would legitimize decisions or decisions made by a supreme commander. So to them and for them, it was difficult to make that decision. We're talking about individuals who had such an extraordinary career in high-level positions. So I understand both of them and their difficulty in making the decision to join.
Mr. Barici in any way. I was merely suggesting that the consequence of him not coming over, the consequence of not having a head of the operational directorate in Kosovo, complicated the work of that directorate. That's fair, isn't it?
I had the honor to have Seli Veseli as the second in command there, who then became chief of the operational directorate. I think, therefore, that we carried out our tasks to the extent it was possible for us and based on the available resources. So there were 3 people, the chief of staff, Bislim Zurabi, the chief of staff, Seli Veseli, who was the chief of the operational directorate, and myself as an officer. I had completed my military academy more into the second line or logistical aspects, but because of the needs, I had to carry out the tasks that I carried.
On to another topic now, and that's the evidence you gave about the Inspector General, or the General Inspector. And you gave evidence on Monday about the General Inspector, and I'll just read it out now so it's clear what you've said. The question, sorry, for the reference, this was the 24th of March, pages 58 and 59. The question was, to your knowledge, what did the role of the KLA General Inspector entail? Your answer, the General Inspector's role for the KLA, I do not know how much that inspector managed to develop that inspectorate. Actually, his duty was to appoint inspectors at operational zones, maybe at the brigades. They should propose the general staff and appoint them as inspectors, whose duty was to supervise all the activity of the units in the operational zones, in the brigades, all over the territory over Kosovo, to identify any irregularities that they may identify as such, to report to the General Staff Chief, and to propose measures to redress such shortcomings or irregularities. And at the end, you then continued, this is when I know in relation to the responsibility of a general inspector in an army, as to how much such general inspector managed to develop this sector, I don't know, because you know that in January I left the general staff and went to Dukashine. Now, just wanted to familiarize yourself with that evidence. Do you recall that from Monday?
Yes, certainly. A short explanation, if I may. The Inspector General...
Maybe if I ask the question.
Thank you. Okay.
Please feel free. Now, just to be clear, this is what you understood, in theory, the role of an Inspector General to be in an army. That's what you said on Monday.
Yes.
Post this role of Inspector General wasn't one that came from the JNA, is that right? There isn't a specific post of Inspector General in the JNA Army, at least back in the 1990s.
There was in the JNA one such position. It was referred to with a different name. There was such a role. Every army has an Inspector General. This is a very important role in identifying irregularities at the various organizational levels of the units. under the command of the Chief of Staff and the staff. In order to report them to the Chief of Staff, those irregularities, the Inspector General had only the right to propose measures in order to redress irregularities or difficulties encountered during the work. So once lower level inspectors are appointed at brigade levels or zone levels, the Inspector General identifies difficulties, shortcomings, and reports them back to the General Staff and proposes measures to rectify or correct those. I said this yesterday, underlying also that I do not know to what extent was this possible to be set up properly.
Your evidence is based on your understanding of what that position in the JNA carried out. Is that right?
No. The Chief of Staff used also regulations and rules from NATO countries. We tried to set up directorates and functions based on the organigrams of staffs from NATO member states. And Mr. Zurab explained this here, that we translated those rules to Albanian and distributed them to the various directorates.
Interrupt. I believe there's a transcript error at line 32, at page 32, line 4, where it says reports them back to the General Staff. It should read as reports them at the Chief of Staff. Perhaps that could be clarified.
What he said was General Staff.
I'm told by my team that it's Chief of Staff.
I can clarify. When you said that it was reported back, did you say that it was reported back to the General Staff or to the Chief of Staff?
Unless I omitted a word, he should have reported to the Chief of Staff.
So I understand, when you're talking about the General Inspector, this was a post that was based on, therefore, an amalgamation of NATO countries' regulations, as well as perhaps something equivalent in the JNA. Is that right?
Look, as a matter of fact, there are very small differences between various armies when it comes to setting up structures. To my knowledge, the entire documentation that was translated at the General Staff came from various NATO countries. I do not know which one in particular, but as far as I can remember, there was a translators team who dealt with the translation of those rules and regulations and functions. So these were our attempts to set up a General Staff where each directorate and each position had their duties and responsibilities based on the rules.
Try and focus on just the Inspector General rather than the General Staff as a whole, but so I understand your evidence, you consider that the rules or the regulations in relation to the Inspector General therefore were inspired or came from NATO countries. Is that right? Just in relation to the Inspector General?
Not for everything. for all the directorates.
And so this wouldn't have been something that many soldiers would have had experience of if it came from a NATO country. That's obviously different from the JNA, as we said. Is that fair?
Nuk kisha ditë përgjigjem, ndoshta.
I don't know how to reply because I had left the GNA in 1985. A long time had passed, Council. Since then, Mr. Zurapi had experience from the war in Bosnia. He commanded 9 brigades there. Certainly, he must have had some experience from that time. But these were experiences that some of us were familiar with, some knew about them in theory during the time we were in school, but we tried to render our contribution to the establishment of a staff with the respective directorates having their spelled out duties and responsibilities. I wasn't engaged in the translation and drafting of these regulations.
At this point are just focused on that role of General Inspector, just to try and focus your evidence. And hopefully you'll be able to confirm there was no Inspector General, obviously, therefore, before, or Inspector General post before November or December 1998. Is that correct to your knowledge within the KLA?
Nuk ishte para.
There wasn't any before December 98.
When the post was assumed by Mr. Salimi, I think you said in your preparation session that there were various members of the general staff who didn't have military knowledge or training. So that's Prep Note 2, paragraph 3. Mr. Salimi was one of those men, wasn't he? He didn't have a military background, to your knowledge. In a formal military background, I should suggest. A formal military background within the JNA.
Nuk e dija ka pas.
I don't know if he had carried out his military duty in the former Yugoslav army, but in all the armies engaged in war, experience is gained during the war. And promotion to different ranks is acquired also during the war. We have war generals, for example, who have not gone through any professional formal training, but during the war they became generals. Mr. Salimi was, from the very first days, a member of the KLA, and based on the experience he gained during his entire activity from the first days of the founding of the KLA, I may say that Mr. Salimi was ranking a high senior officer with a respectable experience in the structure of the KLA general staff.
We can just now ask about the actual, the reality of the Inspector General. Now, the Inspector General is not a director of a directorate, is he? There is no directorate within the General Staff of the Inspector General. You can confirm that.
I said also yesterday, I don't know how much he managed to develop that sector. Then when the network of inspectors was in place and functioning, then it was possible to be called General Inspector or Director of Inspection at the general staff. I don't know about the names, what the general staff would decide on calling them.
But there was never a network of inspectors appointed in the zones, was there, to your knowledge?
Kur kam shku në Dugazhen,
When I went to the Dukajin, I don't remember that there was any in Dukajin. I know that the commander of the Dukajin operations zone gave me the duty in a way to inspect all the units at the front line and the brigades in that area, that is Dukajin area.
So you were effectively carrying out inspections within that remit, according to your evidence, within the Dukajin zone after mid-January 1999. You were inspecting the troops and checking for irregularities and etc. Is that right?
po mund të quhet ashtu.
Yeah, you may say so. One of my duties and powers in the Dukajin operations zone, which I carried out during the second half of January until the 8th of May, when I moved to 138th Brigade in Koshar, one of my tasks was to inspect all the units under the jurisdiction of Dukajin operation zone.
In this role, which I think you talk about extensively in your preparation session as well, so that's prep note 2, paragraph 7, 30, 37 and 62, where you talk about all the different inspections you carried out in the Dukajin zone. In that role, you never reported directly to Mr. Salimi as the Inspector General, did you?
Jo.
No.
You didn't have any relationship with him at all after leaving the General Staff in January 1999, is that right?
Jo, as.
Right. I didn't have any communication and I didn't even see him.
And just at that time, you can also confirm, I hope, there was no offices of the Inspector General, to your knowledge?
Nuk kishte sa diun.
There wasn't, to my knowledge.
Salimi, that were working directly for Mr. Salimi as the Inspector General.
Unë të gjitha vërejtjet.
All what I wanted to say regarding the visits I made to brigades up to the platoon level within the Dukajin operation zone, all my remarks I communicated to the commander of that zone, suggesting the measures to be taken based on my knowledge, and I propose the relevant measures to be taken.
I just want to discuss quickly now that the meetings or the briefings that you talked about, the General Staff and the Zone Commanders. I think you confirmed to my colleague, Mr. Misicic, yesterday that there were 2 meetings when you were at the Operational Directorate and the General Staff, one in December and one in January. That's page 108 of yesterday's provisional transcript. In your preparation note, the one with the prosecution and the preparation session, you clarified that these meetings were only attended by the KLA GS Chief of Staff, so that's Mr. Zarapi, the directors of the directorates and the zone commanders. That's paragraph 8 of preparation note 1, which is P2091. Do you recall telling the SPA that, and is that accurate?
Po, saktë.
Yes, that's accurate.
I would suggest that there's a difference between the director of a directorate, so for example, Rami Bouya, who is, I believe, was he a director for civilian affairs? Director of Directorate for Civilian Affairs? So I think the answer was not recorded. Was that right?
Po, Ram,
Yes, Rambuya.
I would suggest there's a difference between him and the post of Inspector General, which, as I said or suggested to you earlier, is not a director of a directorate, because there is no inspectorate. There is no directorate of the Inspector General, sorry. Would you accept that there's a difference between the two?
ka dallim edhe në mes.
There is a difference. There is a difference between Rambuya and Bislim Zurapi. They were part in the meeting. Then Mr. Selimi was there as a general inspector. The way I understood it was that he was member of the staff. It is not that I looked and I knew the organizational structure of the staff, name by names and last names. Regarding those two meetings, the first held in December, I know more or less the topics discussed there. Regarding the second meeting, I don't know, because the next day I left the general staff and went to the Dukayin operational zone.
When you say that you know more or less the topics there, I think you confirmed yesterday that you weren't actually at the meetings, though. That's right, isn't it?
E kam spjegu, zot.
I explained, Council, that the minutes of the meeting, the topics, the written reports that came from the zone commander, they came to the operational directorate of the GS, and all these materials were drafted in the form of reports from the meeting of the general staff.
Personally present at the meeting,
Po, qashtu është.
you can't say from your personal knowledge who was actually at either of those meetings.
Ashtu është.
That's correct.
And so if there were gaps in information or mistakes in the minutes you received, you wouldn't have a way of verifying that or comparing it with your personal knowledge. That's right, isn't it?
Sigurisht.
Yes, certainly.
And I just want to move on to one last topic, I think, now. And I know you've already covered this with Mr. Mistic in part. And this is just about your demobilization. Now, you said in your preparation note that, that you and KLA members, this is preparation note 2, were not concerned about Serbs re-entering Kosovo at the time because there were 45,000 KFOR troops present. And then you said the demobilization process was completed without incident or resistance by the KLA. So that's prep note 2, paragraph 15. You recall saying that to the SPA, don't you?
Po, më kujtu.
Yes, I remember. And I'm telling you that demobilization was carried out in phases, as was agreed on with internationals. The final phase was transformation of the KLA into Kosovo Protection Corps. It went on, as I said, with phases foreseen in the agreement, beginning from the Rambouillet agreement, then Kumanova agreement conducted by NATO, and so on, in phases.
It was 20th of June. We've seen the documentation of that, and then it was you left on the 27th of June, 99. That's right.
Jo, kërkes.
The request, I think, was made on the 20th. You have the date on the request there. The order, I received the order on the 1st of July. On the 25th, I submitted the military equipment, and then I waited for the order of demobilization. I remained in pay in my village.
Your view was very clear at that point, was it not, that the war was ended and there was no chance that it would.
Yes.
Military man who had helped the KLA for the last 18 months, you simply would not have demobilized if you genuinely thought there was any risk that hostilities would resume. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
By the same token, the KLA, in your view and in your conversations with the other members of the KLA would not have demobilized and would not have completed that demobilization without incidents or resistance, as you say, if any of them genuinely believed there was a chance of hostilities resuming after 20th of June 1999. Is that right?
I am very convinced that if somebody was distrustful in the ranks of the KLA, then they would not have given up weapons. They would have taken to the mountains.
There was a demobilization process because there was a genuine belief that the war had finished on the 20th of June at the latest.
Yes, we all believed. All the soldiers of the KLA, its structures, and all the people believed that the war was over and Kosovo was liberated. There was no doubt whatsoever in any of the members that there was going to be war again in Kosovo for as long as the KFOR forces were there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maloku. I tried to keep my questions before the 11 o'clock break, and with your assistance, I've managed to do so. Thank you, Your Honours. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts.
Thank you, Counsel. Thank you very much.
Oh, we'll take a break now so that you don't have to start and stop in 5 minutes. We'll give you the normal half-hour break at this time. It might be 35 minutes. We'll be back here at 11:30. You may leave the courtroom now with the court usher. Please do not speak with anyone about your testimony. We're adjourned until 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Please bring the witness in, Madam Usher. Mr. Malaku. Ms. Alakendra, representing Mr. Krasniqi, will have some questions for you now. Please give her your attention.
Good morning, Mr. Maloku. I'm Venkateshwari Alagendra, and I'm counsel for Mr. Jakub Krasniqi.
Good morning.
Find it.
Thank you.
Ask you some questions about your time in Divjak. You said that you arrived in Divjak on the 15th of November 1998. That's correct?
Po.
Correct.
Isn't it? When you arrived in Divjak on or around 15th of November 1998, there was one functional building, the White House, as you describe it, and there were two other buildings in the same compound which had been used for livestock, which were under renovation. Is that correct?
Po.
Correct.
Right, that yourself, Mr. Sali Vaseli, and Bislim Zarapi were initially in an office in the White House.
Po. Unë Salihu.
Yes. Sally and I, yes. I do not remember which office Bislim stayed at.
And you then said that between the 18th and 27th of November 1998, after receiving your first task from Bislim Zarapi, you were not in Divjak. Is that correct?
Po.
Correct.
28th of November, you attended the Flag Day ceremony, didn't you?
Po.
Correct.
It was only after the 28th of November that you were based in the KLA General Staff Headquarters in Divjak. Is that correct?
Po. Tani.
Yes. A barn was renovated, and the operational directorate set their offices in that house.
Not in Divjak between the 18th and 28th of November 1998, you personally would not know who was and who was not there on those premises. Am I correct?
Sigurisht.
Yes.
You can speak about Divjak in December 1998 and January 1999 until the moment you left Divjak to go back to the Dukajin zone. Yes?
Po. Po.
Yes, correct. Until around 21st January 99 or 22nd.
Now, you told the prosecution in your preparation session, and you also confirmed on Tuesday, and for the reference, it's P02091, prep note 1, paragraphs 5 and 7, and it's the transcript of 25th of March at page 96. This would be the provisional transcript, Your Honor. Now, you told the prosecution that you consider that the KLA General Staff started to be functional in December 1998. That's right, isn't it?
Sakt.
Correct.
And on Monday, when you said that Jakub Krasniqi was there all the time, you were referring to Divjak. Do you recall that?
Po.
Yes, I'm talking about Divjak.
Krasniqi was there all the time. You were speaking of him being in Divjak in the months of December 1998 and January 1999, the period that you were actually in Divjak to observe that. Am I correct?
Po.
Yes.
Now, after November 1998, the operational directorate was composed of former career officers, correct?
Po. Sali.
Correct. Sali Vaseli was the chief. I was his subordinate.
You'll agree with me that military knowledge and expertise are very important to be able to make operational decisions and to deal with military issues, including logistics such as weapons, ammunition, etc. Do you agree with that?
Këto janë përgjegjësi
These are responsibilities of the operational directorate. It's not only that area of expertise, but these are responsibilities of that directorate, correct?
3 of the preparation note 2. By preparation note, I mean what was recorded when you met with the prosecution last week. Now, you're recorded as saying there were only 3 officers, including yourself, that had professional capacity and knowledge, and they are the only ones who knew how to organize the KLA General Staff and how to assign responsibility to the directorates. The rest of the KLA General Staff members had no military knowledge or training. That's correct, isn't it?
ashtu është.
That's correct.
The 3 officers, that would be Bism Zarapi, Sali Viseli, and yourself, correct?
Po,
Correct. I think a certain Safed Sula arrived in December, and he was in charge of the communication systems. This was a very specific profession, but he had completed his military training at the academy in this field, and I think he gave his contribution in the developing of the communication systems. I don't know how much he was able to develop it, but this was his area of expertise.
Now, operational and military matters fell within the competence of the operational directorate because the military professionals were best equipped to assist the zones and the units on the field, correct?
sakt.
Correct. The operational directorate and the chief of staff, they deal with organizational structures and matters related to the war.
Also recorded as saying at paragraph 55 of preparation note 2 that whenever you received information and requests from the units on the ground, you would resolve any request that you could. Do you recall saying that?
Sakt.
Correct.
Më falni.
Apologies. They were taken by the operational directorate. The operational directorate was in communication with the operational zones. The operational zones would direct their requests to the operational directorate or to the chief of staff.
5 to you, it says that you would resolve any request that you could take and take note of those that you could not resolve and inform Bislim Zarapi about them when Bislim Zarapi returned. That's what you recorded as telling the prosecution in paragraph 55. Is that correct? Was the answer recorded in the transcript?
Didn't,
We
is
didn't
there
get
an answer?
I'm sorry.
Sakt.
Correct.
Now, you've also told the prosecution that the rest of the general staff members had no military knowledge or training. So it's correct, isn't it, that Jakub Krasniqi was one of those you were referring to who did not have any military knowledge or expertise. He was a history professor before the war, correct?
Jakub Krasniqi
Jakub Krasniqi was the spokesperson of the Kosovo Liberation Army, and he might have been chief of the Directorate for Information at the General Staff of the KLA.
Now, on Monday, you said that in the 2 months preceding his appointment to the Rambouillet delegation, Jakub Krasnici's main task and duty was as spokesperson of the KLA in charge of information and media. That's your evidence, yes?
I think you've gotten this, understood it wrongly. I said that for only 2 months he assumed another additional function, because the function of a spokesperson was his throughout the time, from the moment he was appointed as a spokesperson of the KLA. And he's the first man who made a public appearance with his face and name and surname, and after which Jakub Krasnici was constantly and only spokesperson of the KLA, with the exception of those 2 months during which he assumed an additional position. And I explained the procedural rules that we officers thought justified our decision to give them these functions, this additional function. I think I explained that.
Position of the deputy commander that you say he held for 2 months, yes?
Only 2 months.
Now, you're very clear that that position was a secondary position because Jakub Krasnici's tasks and primary focus did not change, continued to carry out his work as a spokesperson of the KLA.
Certainly, yes.
And you'll agree with me that one of the main goals of the former or career officers in the General Staff was to present the KLA as a structured and organized army. Correct?
Yes, certainly. But at the time, there was the International Monitoring Mission mandated by the Security Council of the United Nations. They were in communication with us. We had advanced in our recognition by the international factor. We were seen as an army which was now being monitored by international missions.
As well that the KLA was a regular army, because you needed to get the support of the international support, put it that way, correct?
Every spokesperson, every information directorate has this task and duty in any army, to improve and maintain the image of that army in the war. This is part of the propaganda during the war. This is one of the main weapons. It's part of the war. I can give my personal assessment, which is that Mr. Krasnici was not entirely up to the task, because he should have held briefings with the journalists and reporters, and we were now known through the international monitoring missions, but more needed to be done to raise awareness and make us known. This was the duty of Mr. Krasnici. I explained this yesterday as well. His duty was to set up information centers of the KLA. We had them set up by Mr. Krasnici. We had them in Berlin, Vienna, London, Washington, Paris, including Pristina and Tirana. We had an information office in Pristina and also office in Tirana, information office of the KLA. So this was his work. There is no, it's almost the most important thing in a war to inform. Propaganda is a very powerful weapon. It's one of the most important and powerful tools an army can have.
Yes. Now, I'm going to your evidence on Monday, and for the reference of the court, it's page 25749 of the transcript of the 24th of March, 2025. Now, your evidence was that in a regular army, there needs to be a higher position than that of the Chief of Staff to decide for brigades, commanders in the zone, and you went on to say that we had to come up with a position above the Chief of Staff in order to fill this position. Do you recall saying that?
Popo.
Yes, yes. Allow me to clarify. We created two positions, two deputy commanders. One, 11th, which I learned after the war was Sokol Bashota. His duty task was dealing with the international monitors, liaising with the as a liaison officer between international monitoring missions and the Chief of Staff. And the other position was created because in order to appoint brigade commanders and zone commanders, we needed a position higher than the Chief of Staff. So the Chief of Staff proposes the commander of the operational zone, but you need a higher position to make that appointment effectively. We were making these attempts to transform a volunteer army into a regular army. So I'm repeating this. Kosovo Liberation Army was a regular voluntary army. And this is a unique case in history where a people in 14 months sets up a regular voluntary army which welcomes over 60,000 soldiers during a period of 14 months. I don't think we've had a precedent like this. We were not in a position to have institutions. Had we had institutions like a Supreme Commander, General Commander, laws, Minister of Defense, and had the KLA had been incorporated into state institutions, Mr. Krasniqi wouldn't have needed to sign those orders.
This position was created simply to formalize the proposals and decisions made by others, in particular the Chief of Staff or from the Department of Operations, to sign written documents, correct?
The operational directorate would direct their requests to the Chief of Staff. In specific cases when there were reports of the General Staff and the Chief of Staff was a member of that staff. From the procedural point of view, we could not give that report of that meeting to the Chief of Staff, but from what I can remember, a summary of the meeting would be prepared, signed by the Chief of the Operational Directorate, Salih Veseli, who, as a matter of fact, was the only one who had the right to sign documents that came out of the Operational Directorate. Then he would deliver this to Mr. Krasniqi as a report, as an information of what happened in the meeting. I know of one meeting only, and I was not present when the report of the second meeting that was held in January was done.
Mr. Maloku, what I'm trying to ask you is, when it came to the position of Deputy Commander and why it was created, Mr. Krasniqi was the Deputy Commander for support, yes?
Zavens commander.
I think he was deputy commander. Deputy commander of the staff. General staff. There were two. Mr. Krasniqi was not in the logistics, support and logistics. He was in the general staff.
I'll show you a document. Now, if you could have on the screen 4D00011, please. Right. Now, these are said to be notes from a General Staff meeting on the 12th of November in La Drafts. Now, at the top of this document, it says, in this meeting, the organizational restructuring of the KLA General Staff was carried out. Do you see that?
Po.
Yes.
Now, the new structure of the KLA provides for one commander and two deputy commanders, which you've told us, one for operations and one for support. That's what this document shows, correct?
Po.
Correct.
The page, the third bullet point from the bottom, we see Jakub Krasniqi, deputy commander for support. Do you see that?
Po, pošao.
Yes, I do.
So, when you say that the position of deputy commander was created to sign or written documents, right? Now, this was simply to formalize.
Objection, Your Honor. Could counsel refer to where the witness said that as opposed to herself saying it?
Yes, please give us a cite.
I'll put it as a question, Your Honors.
No. Okay, all right.
Now, is it correct that this position of deputy commander was created to simply formalize in writing the decisions or proposals that were made, for instance, by the Chief of Staff?
Yes, there's no other reason.
Mr. Krasniqi was chosen for this role. As you told us on Monday, he had been announced by his first and last name. So would you agree with me that he was chosen for this role because he was known by his first and last name? Everyone else had a pseudonym. Am I correct?
He was the first to introduce himself in June '98 by his name and surname as the spokesperson of the KLA. And at the general staff, then people started coming out using their own names, Arambuya and so on. But I'm talking about Mr. Krasniqi when he made his first appearance as the spokesperson of the KLA.
And yesterday at page 112 of the provisional transcript, your evidence was that we tried to create order and rules as those that are followed in regular armies. And further on, when speaking about Mr. Krasniqi, you say, and I'm going to read to you, it was thought at the time that Jakub Krasniqi would also have the role of a deputy commander who would appoint or dismiss zone commanders because an operational zone commander would be appointed or replaced upon a proposal of the Chief of Staff, just as it happened with me in my case. This is what we tried to put in place because the Kosovo Liberation Army did not exist within the institutions. Now, that's your evidence from yesterday. So is it correct that these efforts were put in place by those with military knowledge and experience? They tried, as you say, to be put in place. Is that correct?
Po.
Yes, yes. Mr. Salih Veseli, who was responsible for that, and Bislim Zurabi we tried to give the impression of a regular army. We built the general staff in December. These were the first efforts. You cannot do things overnight. Today you build a general staff and tomorrow everything will function perfectly like in an army that has been there for 100 years. I think this is what you should bear in mind.
The reality, Mr. Maloku, was that there weren't actually any zone commanders that were replaced or dismissed in the 2 months that Mr. Krasniqi was Deputy Commander for support, correct?
I don't know if there were any written appointments of zone commanders, but irrespective of that, even though it was not necessary to do, such a position was necessary, even if there wasn't any such changes or appointments. I think that in April, a commander of an operational zone, Ekrem Reja Drini, was replaced by Tahir Sinani, to my recollection. But at that time, as I know, Mr. Krasniqi was in Ramuya.
Now, I'd like to now move to your evidence yesterday, and that's page 85 of the provisional transcript, that the first and only order that you received from the General Staff was when you were transferred from the Operational Directorate to the Dukajin Operational Zone. You recall saying that, Mr. Maloku?
Yes, I do.
Now, you told us yesterday that you were asked if you wanted to go to the Dukajin Operational Zone, and this was following a request from Mr. Ramush Haradinai. Is that correct?
Yes, it's correct.
2019 interview, for the reference, it's P2090.2 at page 12. You've said, at the request of the commander of the operational zone, I was relocated, operational zone Dukajini, I was relocated with my consensus, I was injured as help to the operational zone of Dukajini. That's in your 2019 interview. Do you recall that?
Yes. And I want to explain. Mr. Krasniqi couldn't move me without my consent, because you have to bear in mind the fact that I was a voluntary soldier. And you cannot move someone, a voluntary, from one place to another without their consent. I was informed, I was told that the commander of the Dukajini operational zone want you to go to that Brigade 4 to assistance. Do you agree? Had I said no, I would have remained where I was. That's how it was. Is it clear now?
Took place in the presence of Mr. Haradina, yes? According to your evidence.
Yes.
Last week, paragraph 21 of Prep Note 1, it says that you had informed Mr. Haradinai that you had not fully recovered, and Mr. Haradinai had told you that he did not expect you to be directly engaged in combat activities and that you'd be useful because you were from Dukajin area and you were known there. Is that correct?
Four.
Yes. There were three persons there, Mr. Haradinai, in the office of Mr. Krasniqi, and I explained to Mr. Haradinai my situation, that I cannot be very active in military combat, and he said those words. This was a conversation we had when they asked me whether I agreed to be transferred from the operations directorate of the GC to the Dukajini operations zone. It's correct.
Quoted as saying that you had agreed to the transfer, and at a later time, Krasniqi sent a soldier to fetch you. You then went to Krasniqi's office, and Krasniqi gave you the order for your transfer. So the written document came at a later time. Correct?
Një ditë pas.
One day after that meeting, one day after I expressed my consent.
That you received was just a formalization of what had already been agreed the day before with Mr. Haradinai. Am I correct?
Po, ishte.
Yes, correct.
Now, earlier just now and in your 2019 interview, you gave evidence about some written reports that were compiled on the basis of the information the operational directorate had received from the zones, and these were from two briefings, the zones. Two reports were created, one in December 1998 and one in January 1999. Is that correct?
Po.
Yes.
More evidence is that these two reports were compiled and given to Mr. Krasniqi to be used in the logistics sector. That's what you've said in 2019 at part 5, page 3. Correct?
Unë e di vetëm për raportin.
I know only about the first meeting report, but not the second meeting, because the next day I left the General Staff, the Operational Directorate, and that report was compiled a few days later. It was based on the request of the operations zones for logistics, notifications about the number of soldiers, the number of the injured soldiers, hospital equipment in the zones. Initially, we dealt with the secondary and tertiary training. Then when the situation became aggravated in the spring of '99, I'm talking of Dukajin, we had to transport the injured for secondary or tertiary treatment outside Kosovo. These were the issues raised by the zone commanders at that meeting, presenting their respective requests. We drafted a report based on them and then submitted the report to the deputy commander.
Part 3, page 6 of your 2019 interview, you've said, and then I don't know who Jakub Krasniqi gave it to. Can you confirm? Can you confirm? Okay, before I go there. And when you said that, you also said, but I suppose that he then gave it to the chief logistics officer in Tirana. Do you recall saying that in 2019?
Po ashtu kishte me
That would have been the case, logically speaking. I don't know where those documents ended. I only know that document, because we are talking about one document, because in the second meeting I wasn't present, Sally Vesely signed an oath, read them, and I don't know where they ended up, in what sector dealt with the relevant issues. This I don't know.
Right. In terms of what the reports or the report contained, you've just explained what it contained. It's correct, isn't it, that this report, you've said you only recall one, never contained any information about arrests, detentions, or mistreatment of civilians. Correct?
jo.
No. There wasn't such an information in that report. There weren't any such reporting by the zone commanders to this effect, not even in the daily reports. In December, we tried to install a communication line to have a daily communication to receive information pertaining to the operational directorate on the movements of the enemy forces, military duties or combats in operational zones, the brigades involved in what zones, the losses of parts of territory which were under the control of the brigades, some village or taking of some territory. Then the number of soldiers killed, injured, so our losses in human and in technique, losses claimed by the operational zones inflicted on the enemy, and such things, such material things. But this information, we received this information, but I may say that we were not in a position to identify the truthfulness of that information. We sent them to the operational room or the situation room, which was next to the operational logistical directorate, and in the map we marked the information we had received to be able to follow the developments on the ground. And based on this information, on the movements of the Serb forces and their number, we tried to foresee where the enemy might attack in the coming days. So we tried to foresee, based on our experience as officers, to foresee and to warn the operational zones, the brigades, because the brigades were the most important units, the fundamental units of the KLA. We didn't have larger units than brigades. As you know, in other armies, there are brigades, regiments, and so on, corps. The brigades, for us, was the most important unit as KLA. So during all the time of the hostilities, based on that information, we tried, as I said, to foresee what brigade might be attacked in the coming days. That was the work of the Operation Directorate during those 2, or better say 1.5 months I was there.
I'm going to move to another topic. You've said earlier that Mr. Krasniqi was the chief of the Information Directorate. Yes?
Po ashtu i çdo
Yes. Yes, not only a spokesperson, but because now we had the information center set up, and there were their spokespersons. Logically speaking, I think from spokesperson he should be promoted to chief of the Directorate for Information. We, as I said, started. We had already established the general staff, and I thought that it should be further developed to a broader directorate and with a larger number of staff dealing with information, propaganda, and so on. That's my logic. It's not that I saw that happening.
So that was your understanding or assumption, given the role that he played as a spokesperson. Now, if I could just take you back to what's on the screen, the document on the screen. If you could look at the document on the screen, the last bullet point there is a list of names. In the middle of the page, there is a list of names with positions. Do you see that?
Po.
Yes.
Bullet point says Berat Luja, responsible for press and radio, correct?
Po, ne.
Yes. We set up also a radio station. He was responsible for that.
Go to private session, please, for provided reasons.
Into private session, please, Mr. Court Officer, to protect provider.
Your answer in public session. Thank you.
Now you may proceed, Ms. Alexandra.
Thank you. I'm moving to another topic, and that's the topic of communiques, Mr. Maloku. Now, in his interview with the prosecution, Bism Zarabi, the Chief of Staff, has said that he doesn't know who wrote the communiques because that wasn't his responsibility. You have no reason to dispute that, would you?
Io non
No, I have no reason to do that. I only expressed my opinion. That is, when the international mission came to Albania, it was no longer necessary to issue communiques, but only to hold briefings, issue press releases, meet foreign journalists at least 3 times a week, because now it was known that we were an army that had 7 operational zones. My co-fighters who may hear me in this public session know that there was a plane that was taking pictures from the air, so there was nothing secret about us at that time. And communication should be open. That is my logic.
Yeah. Your Honor, I believe there's a transcript error, and that's at line 24 of page 63. It says when the international mission came to Albania, it should read as to Kosovo.
Pol Kosovo.
Yes, to Kosovo, yes.
Agree with me, Mr. Maloku, that you personally do not know who wrote the communiques.
Io.
No, I don't.
If we could again go into private session, Your Honor. It's regarding some documents that were shown by the prosecution to the witness, which are for provider purposes. Provider purpose.
Couldn't hear you. Into private session, please.
Your Honor, in public session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm now moving to the meeting that you attended in Belanica village. Now, Belanica village is very close to Nusat. Chat. Is that correct? My apologies for my pronunciation.
Është afër fshatit.
It is close to the village of Ngucat. So between the village of Ngucat and Ladarovic. These are the closest villages to Belanica. Then you have Senik, Ladarovc, where my maternal uncles live.
You told the prosecution that you had family members from your mother's side in Belanica. Am I correct?
Po.
Correct.
And you went to a meeting in Belanica because you had relatives in Belanica, as you had said in your preparation session at paragraph 6. Is that correct?
Jo.
No, it's slightly different. I have explained this in clear terms, counsel. I've given evidence under oath in a court in Jakova in relation to this case. I testified there, and I regret, because the trial was public, but in the recent days I looked it up in Google and Bitimi Thaçi portal, where I saw that only 2 words of what I stated were published there. That meeting was held, and in December the brigade commander was replaced, so the deputy commander took over the position of brigade commander. Then the new commander organized a meeting with the villagers and the units of the KLA in Belanica. I was part of that meeting. So the attendees were the brigade commander, the chief of staff of the brigade, and myself. The meeting was called by the brigade commander, organized with the chief of staff of the brigade, and because of my connections and my knowledge and the fact that I was known in that area, I kindly asked to accompany them and be part of that meeting. This is the truth of what happened. I've explained this in Ljubljana, here in the court in Jakova, and to be honest, I am I'm quite burdened with this thing in the last 10 years, because this was 3 months before. When the incident occurred, I was wounded and I was sheltered in Sedlar in Lipjan municipality. I just accompanied the brigade commander and the chief of staff in this meeting.
With them. That's correct. Yes?
Jo.
No. It would appear that the brigade commander, who had also a distant connection through my mother, because the brigade command was close to the building of the general staff, so he perhaps asked Mr. Krasniqi that I would attend, and Mr. Krasniqi said, will you go? Maybe it would be good that you go because they know you. So they picked me up with their vehicle, And we went to that rally or meeting in Belanice, attended by around 500-600 residents of Belanica and the surrounding area.
126097 to 126100, please. And the Albanian version is at 126097 to 126100. And in both documents, if you could have page 126098, please, on the screen. It's in the middle of the page. On the English version, it's a few lines above. It's in that big paragraph. And I'm going to start reading from because of my popularity amongst the people. Do you see that in the corresponding Albanian version? Okay. Maybe I go higher. Yeah, during this time in the general staff. Do you see that, Mr. Maloku? This is his testimony. This is your testimony that I'm referring to in the...
Yes. Yes.
Now, do you see in the middle of the paragraph, where it says, during this time, the general staff and the brigades within the operational zone were restructuring, and the commander of the 121 Brigade, who was appointed in December 1998, and the brigade chief of staff, Shaban Dragai, held a meeting with the population. Because of my popularity amongst the people, as my family is originally from that area, I asked them whether I could accompany them to this meeting. Do you see that?
Yes.
Jakov Basic Code on the 16th of January 2018. Am I correct?
Yes.
And in your 2019 interview with the prosecution, you've said that you were there as a guest of the brigade commander.
Pardon me, one clarification here. It is not true that I said here, I understood in that meeting, or I learned in that meeting about the killing of those two. That is not true. This was a much discussed and spoken about case. My evidence here is not reflected accurately. One word can change a lot of things.
Now, at part 2 of your 2019 interview with the prosecution, Mr. Maloku? Right.
Yes.
At part 2, you've said that you did not report back to anyone at the general staff about what happened at the meeting in Belanica or what you heard at the meeting. That's correct, yes?
Correct.
That's it. Thank you very much, Mr. Maloku. I have no further questions for you.
Thank you.
Alejandra. If the prosecution has a redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. We can take the document on the screen down, please. Good afternoon, witness. I have some further questions for you. During cross-examination yesterday, you testified about whether you had a commander before November 1998. And for those in the courtroom, I'm referring to page 25848, lines 2 to 5. And I'd like to call up P02090.2 ET and AT. These are on our original presentation queue. And I'd like to turn to page 10 in both versions. Witness, what I'm calling up is part of your SPO interview. I'm going to read an excerpt and then I have some questions. So we'll turn to page 10 in both versions. I'm going to read in the English from lines 3 to 11, and in Albanian it will be lines 3 to 10. This is part of what you said in 2019 to the SPO. And in mid-June, Sali Veseli came from Germany, and we set up an operative subzone, and the formation unit was a brigade. We had 1,500 armed soldiers. From the village Yasim Jotil, from the village Jasic and Jotil, above Unic, and all the way to Chabrat, close to Jakovica. All these villages fell under our control then. They became part of our control zone. Sali Veseli became the commander of the operative subzone and of the brigade, and I became the deputy commander. I occupied this position until 25 July. My question, witness, do you recall how long after Sali Veseli arrived in mid-June that you became his deputy?
Zoti Prokuror.
Dear Counsel, you showed me the document that I saw for the first time about the meeting in Dobrosh, which occurred on the 15th, 16th, or 20th June 98, with meeting between the commanders of the villages of Unic and 19 other villages around it. Is that correct? In that meeting, Mr. Sali Veseli, who had entered Kosovo towards the end of May, with the approval of all the 20 village commanders, became brigade commander. And I, with the consent and approval of the commanders of the 20 villages, the staffs of 20 villages, became deputy commander. I did not lie to Mr. Mishetic either, and I told him, explained how the Kosovo Liberation Army was set up and developed. So when I arrived there was only one staff in Smolic. The other villages did not have one. So do you understand? So there is no difference or in anything here.
It was a simple question. I take your answer. Is it correct, as you stated in the interview that I read, that you were Sali Veseli's deputy commander until you were injured on 25 July 1998?
No, I was the deputy commander of Aziz Husseini, and we clarified this point in the preparation session. When Aziz Husseini arrived, which was sometime in the beginning of July. He came with Kamer Elezi and a Finnish lieutenant, a volunteer, who were set up in the Luani unit in Marine. Then Aziz Husseini became brigade commander and I became his deputy.
Aziz Husseini's deputy until you were injured on 25 July 98?
Popo,
Yes, we clarified this together. We spoke about this.
Take the document on the screen down. During cross-examination yesterday, you said that from April 1998 until your injury in July 1998, Ramesh Haradinai did not have any authority over you other than mutual respect, and that he did not issue any orders to you. And the reference for those in the courtroom is page 25848, line 6 to 11. Witness, my question is, do I understand you there to have said Ramesh Haradinai did not issue any orders specifically addressed to you during this period of time, April 98 until July 98?
Yes, that's correct.
April to July 1998. Did Ramesh Haradinai issue any orders applicable within your area of responsibility in Dukajini?
Not to the brigade where I was deputy commander, but 1 week after the staff of the brigade in Unique was set up, Salih Veceli moved to Glojan. And 40 villages who had 40 village staffs. He went there to set up the command of the zone. We didn't call it operational zone, but the zone of the region of Dukajin. He, Salih Veceli, thought to make Glojan the staff, to set up the staff of the operational zone because it was in the middle of these 60 villages. So 20 villages in Unique and the surrounding area, and around 40 other villages around Glojan.
I'd like to call up P02092 and P02092ET. These were admitted on Monday, and they are in the SPO's original presentation queue. And I'd like to turn to the second page in both language versions, please.
Mr. President, may I inquire, the prosecutor's twice referred to his original presentation queue. Is there another one? Because we haven't received one.
No.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't need to specify, but it's the one. Witness, during examination on Monday, you testified in relation to the page on your screen, and if we could zoom out so we can see the totality of it, please. You said it was issued by the brigade commander, Salih Veceli, and that you recognized his signature on it. And that's from page 25715, line 22, until 25716, line 7. Now, I'd like to zoom in next onto the top half of the document in both language versions, please. A little more. That's, yes, yep, that's good in Albanian. And the same in English, please. I'm going to read part of this item, and I have a question for you. We see, based on the military situation in the combat area of responsibility, as well as based on the Dukajini Plain Operative Staff Commander Ordinance, aiming at the organization, restructuring, enhanced readiness, coordination, and common actions, as well as the security measures for the defenseless population, I hereby order, 1, I shall forbid the movement of fighters, officers, and population in the area of my responsibility without the permission of the Ducagini Operative Staff Commander and my personal permission as allowed by the Village Staff Commander. Now, witness, as we see and we discussed on Monday, the document is dated 15 June 1998. My question is, who was the Ducagini Operative Staff Commander at that time?
Look, I told you, respected counsel, also in Ljubljana,
Ducagini Operatives.
please,
Simple question, I need a name or you don't know?
I do not know, because the idea was to set up the Ducagini operative zones. Sali Veseli had this idea, and a week after, he went there to set it up. The idea was to set it up. I don't know who was at that time. He issued the order in anticipation of his arrival there, so that when he would arrive there, he would have the order ready.
Just answer the questions that are asked. You're adding additional material. Just answer the question. It was straightforward, and you've answered it. You don't need to say anything.
Witness, we're going to move on. During cross-examination yesterday, you were asked about KLA General Staff Organization, and you said you understood the KLA General Staff could only be referred to as such from December of 1998, and I'm here referring to page 25854, lines 10 to 22. I'd now like to take this document down and instead call up P02090.3ET and also the AT version. And in the English, let's please turn to page 20, and I will read from lines 9 to 16. In Albanian, it's at page 20 as well, and there it's 8 to 15 for the lines. So witness, as we've done before, and you can see on your screen, this is on the left in Albanian from your 2019 SPO interview. I'm going to read questions and answers, and then I have a question for you. Question. And at this time, is the Ducagini operational zone directly reported to the General Staff? No? Answer. I don't know. Question. When? Answer. Until I became part of the General Staff on 15 November, I have no idea how things were, question, but at least, answer, arranged. Now witness, my question for you is it correct, as is stated here, that until you became part of the General Staff on 15 November 1998, you had no idea of how things were arranged at the General Staff?
That's correct.
Document down. And I'm going to refer to something different. Witness, during
President.
cross-examination.
I'm just noting the time, and we have a short lunch break anyway, so I don't know if we're going to continue.
I don't know how hungry people are, but I have one topic to cover. It should take 5 minutes, maximum 10.
Yes,
I'm happy to do it
rather
after.
get finished with the redirect if we could. We'll give you the 1 hour anyway.
During cross-examination yesterday, you said the following, which is from page 25853, lines 21 to 25 of the transcript. Kosovo was the target of a special warfare. The enemy waged a special warfare since the inception of the KLA in 1992. The Serbian secret services constantly tried to sow divisions and conflicts within the ranks of the KLA. This has come from outside. This is special warfare. My question to you, witnesses, do you recall any members of the KLA General Staff ever discussing the concept of special warfare in 1998 or 1999?
You.
No. This is my personal assessment. We would discuss with Bislim Zirabi and Nagim Ramadani in Tirana already, but this is my personal assessment.
P01288, and we will play minutes 9:10 to 10:17 with sound. The relevant excerpt I'm going to play contains English subtitles. For the record, we don't need to call up the English translation, but for the record, it's P01288 ET, the first paragraph on the second page. Side by side with the video, let's call up the Albanian transcript, P1288 AT, and there we'll zoom in on the top paragraph of page 2, please. It's a short excerpt, and I will read the relevant excerpt again after we hear it, and I ask some preliminary questions about it. So witness, as I was saying, you're going to see and hear a video. You can hear the Albanian spoken in the video. You can also follow what is said on the transcript that's on your screen at the moment. Yes, so we need to go to the second page of the transcript in Albanian and zoom in on the top paragraph. And the video should be called up side by side. So we'll play from minutes 9:10 to 10:17.
Ushtria qimtare e Kosovës luftoi në shumë fronte, se cili më egër se tjetri, se cili më finok se tjetri. Luftoi kundër një makinerie të tërë ushtarake propagandistike, përballoi ofensiva ushtarake të papara pas luftës së dytë botërore në Kosovë, përballoi një luftë speciale të koordinuar nga jashtë e brenda dhe eci pa ndalshëm përpara. Dhe që ditën miqt dhe armiqt me dijetesen e ushtrisë qimtare të Kosovës. Me gatishmërinë dhe vendosmërinë e saj luftarake. Qëllimi i armiqve të gjitha ngjyrave ishte zhdukja e QK-s, eliminimi i saj nga jeta politike, që pastaj Kosovës të imponohet një zgjedhje parancishme e mjerake, pacifiste apo gandiste.
Thank you, that's good. Let's keep the screen over there. Witness, who was speaking in the excerpt that we just listened to and saw?
Ishte Zoti Krasniqi.
It was Mr. Krasniqi.
And we are now at 10 minutes 17 in the video. Could you tell us who you see on screen? Which one is Mr. Krasniqi?
Jakub Krasniqi është
Jakub Krasniqi is the person speaking.
And is it correct? He's the one holding a piece of paper and standing behind a podium?
po.
Yes.
To Jakub Krasnici's left, the first one.
është babin I dëshmuar.
This is the father of a martyr.
Person on the left.
Është Fatmir Limaj.
Fatmir Limaj.
His left.
Jam unë vetë.
Myself.
Or left.
Mus Jashar.
Musa Yashari.
This occasion.
Ka qenë edhe Rambuja.
Rambuja was present as well. And
Kjo be me
the occasion was the celebrations of the Flag Day, 28 November. 1998.
I'm going to read the text again, and then I have a question. It will be very short, Your Honor. We heard Jakub Krasnici say, "The Kosovo Liberation Army fought on many increasingly fierce and tricky fronts. It fought against an entire military propaganda machinery. It faced the most unprecedented military offensives in Kosovo since the World War II. It coped with a coordinated special war from outside and inside, and its advancement was unstoppable. Both friends and foes were surprised the Kosovo Liberation Army survived, was militarily prepared and steadfast. The spectrum of enemies aimed to get rid of the KLA, eliminate it from the political life, and then impose on Kosovo an insignificant, contemptible, pacifist, or Gandhian choice." Witness, my question for you is, in
Your Honor,
1990, yes?
We are raising an objection that this is outside the scope of cross-examination.
Your Honor, I don't know how it will be outside the scope. The witness talked about a special war. He then said he didn't remember being present when a general staff member did.
The objection's overruled. Go ahead.
Witness, I'll start my question again. In 1998 or 1999, did you ever hear Ibrahim Rugova's policy being described as pacifist?
Po ajo ka qenë politikë, unë e thash për
He said that about Mr. Rugova, that was the politics at the time. He was the spiritual leader of the Albanians who embraced peace and pacifism as an ideology. There's nothing here.
Thank you, witness. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, witness, we'll break for lunch, and we're just going to take an hour, keeping in mind your schedule.
Thank you.
We'll be back at 2:15, and we'll be ready to go at that time. We're adjourned until 2:15.
All rise.
Be seated. It appears as though we will need to all be here on Tuesday, because we don't have an answer yet from the place where the witness is residing as to whether or not he will testify, and we won't know that until right before we start, probably, and then if he's not going to testify, that will be, be the end of the proceedings for that day. So anyway, it's just one of those circumstances. I hope it's not ruining everybody's travel plans, but.
Let me take the opportunity then, Judge, just to say that on the point of travel plans, if the panel has any intention to have a status or anything like that next week, all right, then we can make plans.
After next week, we just wait for the 15th at the time that the prosecution will be in a position to rest their case. And at that point, we'll start talking about other plans. Any questions about any of that? Thank you. You can bring the witness in. We'll go until about 2:30 and take a short break at that time. And then, 3:30, and then continue on until we're finished. Mr. Malaco, we will now have some questions from the judges, beginning with Judge Barta, who's to my left, to your right. This is Judge Barta. He'll have some questions first.
Thank you, Judge Smith, and good afternoon, Mr. Malaco.
Mirdita Frande.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
A few more questions for you, and would like to show you some documents to see if and what you can say about them and whether you can contextualize them for us. Could I ask the court officer to bring up the first exhibit, which is 0999 90-09999 0ET, together with the corresponding Albanian version, please. Thank you, Mr. Malaco. This document reads in the English: Kosovo Liberation Army, Rafshi Dukacinit, Dukacini Plain, Operational Staff, RRDOZ, 24 June 1998. Order to Rafshi Dukacinit, local staffs and population. Based on military circumstances in the Rafshi Dukacinit, in order to carry out successfully combat operations, I issue this ordinance. Number one, general call-up of manpower and material shall be carried out in the Rafshi Dukacinit operational staff area of responsibility. Number two, the qualitative preparation of the population, soldiers and officers for combat needs shall be carried out. Number three, an inventory of the most capable soldiers of special features for combat needs shall be carried out. Number four, measures shall be taken to stop any activities against our war. And I will skip number 5 and number 7 and continue with number 6. Measures shall be taken immediately in case of opposition or non-execution of the ordinance, including isolation, disarming, detention, which shall be reported to the Rafshi Educationit operational staff and the Kosovo Liberation Army General Staff, respectively. And it ends with each commander of subzones, local staffs, and the Rafshi Educationit operational staff are responsible for the execution of this ordinance. Sent to Archive RRDOZ area of responsibility staffs. And on the left, bottom, on the right, excuse me, on the bottom right side of the document, it says Commander, and then there's a signature, and the name Ramush Haradinaj. Let me ask you first, Mr. Maloko, have you seen this document before? And it suffices to answer with a yes or no or I don't know.
No, sir.
To know whether there was such a general call-up of manpower and material in the Dukagjini operational zone in June 1998.
I don't know about this call-up, but in the brigade where I was then deputy commander, we had set up all the village staffs, so it was no longer possible to mobilize other soldiers or other voluntaries. We didn't have the capacities.
And if you look at the bottom right of the document, can you see the signature?
Yes, I see that.
The signature?
It says Ramush Haradinaj, but to tell you the truth, I'm not familiar with signatures, but if I received such a document, I would have accepted it as is. But I don't believe that a document like that would be issued without the stamp of the Dukagjin operational staff.
Earlier today, Mr. Maloko, do you have any reason to believe that this is not Ramush Haradinaj's signature?
It's a questionable question, I would say. Yes, I would find a reason in point 6. We didn't have the infrastructure at that time to stop, isolate, detain someone. We didn't have a structure to that effect. In the brigade where I was deputy commander, we didn't have such a facility.
My question was slightly different. I was only asking about the signature. My question wasn't repeated. Do you have any reason to believe that this signature was not from, or that this is not Ramush Haradinaj's signature? Not talking about the content of the document now, only talking about the signature.
No, but sorry, but I have to rely on the content. Because if we didn't have such an infrastructure, how come that we have this order in front of us? That makes me have second thoughts. We didn't have the infrastructure to detain or imprison people in the territory where I was serving. This would be for me an indication to have doubts about it. How can you order someone to do something if there is no infrastructure for that?
Thank you. I would like to move on, and please. Mr. Court Officer, could we have exhibit IT 0484 P00168 in the English and the Albanian on the screen? Thank you. This document reads, in the English, Kosovo Liberation Army, Operative Headquarters for Rafshi i Dukacinid. Dukacin, the 5th of July, 1998, state secret, and it says, appointment of the Deputy Commander of the Operative Headquarters of Rafshi i Dukacinid, based on military circumstances in order to direct and command properly and enhance military readiness in the operative subzone, I issue the following order. Number 1, Lahi Ibrahimai is discharged from the service of the Deputy Commander of SHO RRD, Stabi Operativ, Rafshid Te Dukacinid, Operative Headquarters of Rafshi Dukacinid, and Nazmi Ibrahimai is appointed as Deputy Commander in his place. Number 2, this order comes into effect immediately, sent to the archive, Lahi Ibrahimai, Nazmi Ibrahimai. And then if we scroll down, it says at the bottom right, Commander, and in the English it should read, signed Ramush Harid Naim. Again, my question, Mr. Maloko, do you know this document? Have you seen it before?
No, sir, no.
Can you help us with the signature?
It is the signature of Ramush. But I think we have to compare both this one with the previous one. I don't know. It's a document that I haven't seen before, Judge. I know Lahi and Nazmi Ibrahimi. There may be a connection there, I don't know, but I don't know about this event. I haven't seen this document before.
The question first, Mr. Maloko, is it correct, according to your knowledge, that Lahi Ibrahimai was replaced by Nazmi Ibrahimai as Deputy Commander of the Operative Headquarters of the Dukacin Operational Zone in July 1998?
I already explained that after the establishment of the Brigade of UNIC, Sali Veseli went to establish the Dukacin Operational Zone with its seat in Loijan. As to what they have done, who was where, and how things have occurred, in reality, I am not able to say. I'm sorry.
Do you know, Mr. Maloko, whether Lahi Ibrahimai had a nickname during the war?
I think his nickname was Majupi. I am not very certain.
Do you know where Lahi and Nazmi Ibrahimai were stationed during the war?
They were in Jablanica or Glojan. in that area.
And were they related to each other? And if so, how?
Lahi and Nazmi were brothers, to my knowledge. Both of them were Ramush's uncles on his mother's side.
Would like to call up the next document with ERN IT 0484 bis P00248. Again, the English and the Albanian version side by side, please. Thank you, Mr. Maloko. This document reads, Kosovo Liberation Army, Rafshi Dukacin Plain Operational Staff, Dukacin, 12 July 1998, formation of brigades and appointment of senior officers in positions of battalion and brigade commander to the 2nd Brigade, pursuant to combat regulations of the Kosovo Liberation Army General Staff, considering military circumstances in section N/O/D/14.05, due to the increase of the number of Liberation Army units and in order to achieve good leadership, command, subordination, coordination, and cooperation in carrying out military operations in the above-mentioned sector, as well as in the leadership of the command operations, I hereby order, number 1, the formation of the already determined brigades in the sector of responsibility of the Rafshi Dukacin operational staff. Number 2, the appointment in the 2nd Brigade of Superior Officer Shemshedin Sheku as brigade commander and the appointment as battalion commanders of this brigade. And what follows are the names of the Chief of Staff, the commanders of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd battalion, and the name of the Chief of Artillery. And then it goes on with, for the implementation of this order, I make responsible the 1st Brigade commander, who is required and obliged to form the above-mentioned unit according to its lineup and structure.
I think we scroll down. Scroll down.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you. And then it says at the end, copy the archive, 2nd Brigade Command, Senior Officer Shemshedin Shekai. And on the right side, Commander Ramush Haridinai, and handwritten is also a signature. Mr. Maloko, have you seen this document before?
No, Josh.
Do you know whether such an order was given by Ramush Haridinai on the 12th of July 1998?
No, I don't.
Are you familiar with the combat regulations of the Kele General Staff mentioned in the first paragraph of the order or in the preface to the order? You could go up, please, a little bit. Thank you.
No, I'm not.
So you're not familiar with the combat regulations?
No, I didn't see that at the time, or even later.
Do you recognize the signature at the bottom right? If you could scroll down again, I'm sorry.
It's the same as in the other documents. I know all of the persons mentioned here. I knew all of them. Rasul Shabani, Shamsuddin Fetai. No. I know the others. That is Shaban Dragaj, Musa Jakova, Driton Zanelli, but not the last two.
And in relation to the people or the names you recognize, were these the positions here in this mentioned in this documents, were these the positions these people had at the time, as far as you know?
The first two are career officers, and I knew both. Logically, such positions were deserved by them based on their professionalism and expertise, the academies they had graduated from.
You're talking about first name Shemshiddin Sheko, is that right? As brigade commander?
I'm talking of Shaban Dragaj and Musa Jakova.
And do you know whether Mr. Dragaj was indeed chief of staff in the 2nd Brigade?
I don't know about that, but I know that later he was the chief of Brigade 121 in Pastrik.
Do you know whether Mr. Jakova was the 1st Battalion commander or the commander of the 1st Battalion?
Not that, but I know that Musa Jakova was for a long time in the war in Dukajin area, and there he was injured.
Thank you. Could we have the next document on the screen, please? It's IT 0484P00199. Again, the English and the Albanian version side by side, please. Thank you. This document reads, Kosovo Liberation Army, Operations Staff of the Plain of Dukajin, 12 July 1998. On the right side it says State Secret. Formation of brigades and appointment of officers to battalion and brigade commander duties. Concerns 1st Brigade Command. Under combat regulations of the Kosovo Liberation Army General Staff, in view of the war situation in N/O/D/14,05 sector and the growth of Kosovo Liberation Army units in order to ensure leadership, command, subordination, coordination and cooperation in the aforementioned sector and in conducting war operations, I order formation of the following brigades in the zone of responsibility of Dukajin Plain. Can we scroll down in the Albanian, please? Thank you. In the 1st Brigade, I appoint Taja Zemaj as brigade commander, whereas as commanders of the battalions of this brigade, I appoint, and then there are names of the brigade chief, the commanders of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Battalion, and the name of the chief of artillery, and I will skip the rest of that document. I'd like to draw your attention to the signature at the bottom right of the document and the fact that there's copies sent to Archive Commander of 1st Brigade and Officer Taja Zemaj. Mr. Maloku, again my question, are you aware of such an order, that such an order was given in July, on the 12th of July 1998?
No, Your Honor. I am aware that the officers who came with Taja Zemaj were incorporated with the the existing officers and staff of the Dukajin operational zone. This is what we heard. I was in Unic all the time. I know some of these names. Kemal Shachiri, Smeti Bishi, Fadil Haderjonay. And obviously I knew the officer Tahir Zemi.
The people you know or recognize active in the operation zone of Dukajin.
They came in to fight. I knew Kemal Shachiri from Zagreb. I knew Ismeti Bishi in Poston, where he was an officer. At the same time, I was an officer. I do not know about Fadil Haderjone, what academy he completed or where he served, but I know he was a professional officer. Tahir Zemi was a senior officer, and he had completed the military academy in Zar. We only heard that they had been incorporated, systemized, and the process of setting up brigades started. This is what we heard, but I did not see any of these documents, Your Honor, to be able to tell you how the process exactly went.
The next document I would like to show you is Exhibit U001 -3408 to U001 -3409 in the English and Albanian, please. Thank you, and Mr. Maloko would like to ask you to focus on the first paragraph, which reads, on 11 July 1998, Vezel Lekai from Lombard refused to become a member of the KLA. He continues to defend the LDK, Democratic League of Kosovo, and agitate against the army. He has been collaborating with dark currents for 9 years now against the progress of his own people. He's openly the spy of Fatmir Segiu, the LDK Secretary General. And this should suffice. Mr. Maloko, do you know these two people, Vezel Lekai and Fatmir Segiu? Have you heard of them before?
I did not know Vezel, nor do I know him now. I don't know if he's still alive. But Mircea Diu was the president of Kosovo after Ibrahim Murgova.
Thank you. And if you could scroll down to the second page of the document, ending with 3409. Yes, thank you. Mr. Maloko, the first paragraph reads, while Zali Vezeli was in Glojan on a two-day mission, Naim Maloko and certain officers from Reka Ekece held a meeting against the KLA, i.e., as a support for the government people. Sali Vezeli cautioned Tahir Zemi regarding the conduct of his officers who are based in the area of Unic. My question is, Mr. Maloko, do you remember having such a meeting with officers from Reka Ekece?
I don't recall having held any meeting against the KLA when I myself was involved in setting it up. Allow me, Your Honor, to say that this does not correspond to the previous orders, which indicated that all the officers that came with Tahir Zemai were incorporated in the Dukacin operational zone staff. So there's a real inconsistency here. Here now we're talking about officers being against the KLA, while you showed me documents demonstrating that many of those officers were incorporating in the commanding structure of the zone that was in the process of being set up. I apologize, but there's a big discrepancy between these documents.
Do you recall having such a meeting or a meeting at all in Recce Ikeche with other officers, the KLA, some point in time in 1998 or 1999, or at all?
We had meetings with the officers, but with respect to this meeting in particular, that we would have acted against the army, which we were part of those who set it up, it's illogical. I cannot accept this as a fact.
I understand. And can I ask you, do you know whether it's true that Salih Vezeli cautioned Mr. Zemai, Mr. Tahir Zemai, regarding the conduct of his officers? Have you heard about that?
In
the previous documents, if they're accurate, Salih Vezeli at that time was the chief of staff of the operational zone. He set the operational zone up, whereas all these officers, including Tahir Zemai, are portrayed in those documents as having joined the structure of the operational zone of Dukacin. Your Honor, I find myself unable to reconcile these things, meaning this document, which might be a report or something of that sort, referring to alleged disagreements between Salih Vezeli and Tahir Zemai, and the previous documents relating to the appointment of Tahir Zemai as a commander and the incorporation of other officers in the commanding structure. Very honestly, I'm not able to give you a...
Asking you to reconcile. It's not your task to reconcile anything. My question was simple. I was asking you if you have heard anything about Mr. Vezeli cautioning Tahir Zemai regarding the conduct of officers of the letter of Mr. Zemai. Have you heard anything about that? If not, that's also not a problem.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Could we have the next document on the screen, please, which is IT 0484 P00230. Again in the English and the Albanian, please. Thank you. This is, as you can see, Mr. Maloko, a short, relatively short document. It reads, Kosovo Liberation Army, operational headquarters of the plain of Dukacin, 1st August 1998. Order, all young men from 18 to 35 years old should be recruited to serve in the Kosovo Liberation Army. This recruitment does not include those already in the front points or front line. Copies to archive, village headquarters, brigades of operational headquarters of Plain of Dukacinit and the military police. And on the right side, there's writing commander and signature, and it says Ramosh Haridnai. And my question is again, have you seen this document before?
No, Your Honor. I was seriously wounded at that time.
Are you aware that Ramosh Haridnai gave such an order, or whether he gave such an order on the 1st of August 1998 to recruit?
You,
No,
io zoti comandante.
no, Your Honor.
Cazzo, fallo.
Your Honor, no.
Thank you. Let's move on to the next document, please, which is Exhibit IT 0484P00227. And again, the English and the Albanian side by side, please. Mr. Maloko, this document reads in the English translation, Kosovo Liberation Army, Dukagjini Plain Operations Staff, Dukagjin, 30 July 1998 to Faton Mehmetai. Appointment based on the KLA Provisional Regulations 98 and the decision of the Dukagjini Plain Operations Staff dated 23rd June 1998. Faton Mehmetai is appointed Assistant Commander for Intelligence and Counterintelligence of the Kosovo Liberation Army in the Dukagjin Plain Operations Staff. Then it says to the archive, and Faton Mehmetai on the right side. Again, Commander, it says Commander, handwritten, or there's a signature, and it says Ramosh Haridnai. I'm aware, Mr. Maloko, that you already mentioned earlier today an individual called Faton Mehmetai in connection with intelligence. My question is simply this: are you aware that Mr. Haridnai, or whether Mr. Haridnai made such an appointment in July 1998, appointing Mr. Faton Mehmetai as, or to the Assistant Commander for Intelligence, Counterintelligence of the KLA in the Dukagjin Plain Operational Zone? Are you aware of that?
No, Your Honor.
You said earlier today that Mr. Mehmetai, and you said it also, I think it was on Monday during your direct examination by the prosecution, that Mr. Mehmetai was indeed, at least to your knowledge, working in and for the intelligence and counterintelligence, at least the intelligence sector. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor. But I learned about this in January 1999 when I returned to the Dukagjin operational zone. This is how I understood it. From January to the 8th of May, to my knowledge, he was in this sector.
And again, my question, can you help us with the signature, or is it not possible for you to identify the signature?
Kjo është në nënshkrim.
This is a signature which purports to be that of Ramosh. I'm not able to know exactly if that's the case.
We have the next document on the screen, please. U002-1395 to U002-1395, English and Albanian. Thank you. As you can see, Mr. Maloko, this is a handwritten document, and it says in the English translation, /Kosovo Intelligence Service /KLA Dukacin. Then it goes on with the invitation for the commander of the staff in Krushek village, Muhammad Berisha. You are invited to take part in the inauguration of the facility of Shik KLA for Dukacini area, which will be held in Krushek village on the 29th of July 1998, starting from 9:00 hours in the building of the former village staff. The Dukacini Plain Central staff shall also be present, and it ends with cordial greetings, Krushek, 28th of July 1998, and we could scroll down in the Albanian a bit. There's also a signature. Mr. Maloko, are you aware that, or do you know whether there was such an inauguration or a ceremony of the facility of Shik in Krushek village on the 29th of July 1998? Have you heard about such a ceremony?
Jo, Zoti Gjykat.
No, Your Honor. In the beginning of August, I stayed for 2 days in a hospital in Krushec. But I am not aware that there was such a building there.
Past.
I was wounded on the 25th of July, 98.
You were not invited and present at the inauguration ceremony.
Jo,
No, I was in UNIC as a deputy brigade commander.
I understand. Now I need your help in relation to 2 or 3 more documents. Shouldn't take too long. Could we bring up SPOE 00225 801 to SPOE 00225 801 on the screen, please, again, in English and Albanian. Thank you. This document reads Kosovo Liberation Army Operational Staff of Dukacin Plain. Dukacin, date the 2nd of July 1998, to Kosovo Liberation Army General Staff. And the first bullet point reads, according to the document Agron handed us, based on the decision taken on the 1st of July 1998 in Pristina, Lahi Ibrahimi was appointed the General Staff Coordinator for the operational subzone of Dukacin 14-05. And if we could scroll down, please. But there's on the right side again a signature and the name Ramush Haradinai. Can I ask you again, have you seen this document before, Mr. Maloko?
Jo, Zoti Gjykat.
No, Your Honor.
Do you know whether Lahi Ibrahimi was actually appointed General Staff Coordinator for the operational staff of operational subzone of Dukacin in July 1998?
Nuk kom një hunizo.
I have no knowledge about this, Your Honor.
And Thank you. Do you know who the person with the name Agron is mentioned in the first paragraph of this document?
Eu os outros jucados.
No, Your Honor.
Can we have the next document on the screen, please? It's U001-4082-U001-4083 in English and Albanian. Thank you. And please focus on the first paragraph, the first two sentences. The first sentence reads, the Dukagjini staff with Ramush Haradinaj, aka Smile, as its commander was formed on the 22nd of June 1998 in the village of Jablanica, one of the first villages to start the armed resistance in the territory of Kosovo. Lahi from Jablanica was appointed Smile's deputy. Representatives of Dukagjini plain staffs and sub-staffs participated in this meeting. And the second paragraph, first sentence reads, the Klina representative, as well as the representative of the Kosovo KLA Central Staff, Agron, who attended the meeting as an observer, discussed certain problems and insisted on electing Lahi commander of the Dukagjini Plain Operative Staff. First of all, Mr. Maloku, do you remember, or is it true that the Dukagjini staff with Ramush Haradinaj was formed on the 22nd of June in the village of Jablanica, as it is stated here in this document?
Eu os outros jucados.
No, Your Honor.
Why not? Why is it not true?
Eu não posso que eu não gosto.
No, I'm not saying that it is not true. What I'm saying is that I have not seen these documents, and I am not aware that it was established, set up on the 22nd of June.
Can you help us with the name, the second mention in the second paragraph, as a representative of the Kosovo KLA Central Staff, or the nickname Agron? Can you tell us who that person is?
No.
Eu os outros jucados.
No, Your Honor. I know some other names here. Rustem Tetaj, Salih Veseli, Shemseddin Çegay, because they were military professionals. I don't know the others.
So you have not met a person who acted as a representative or maybe as a member of the KLA General Staff with the nickname Agron during the war?
Your Honour, sorry if I could just request, I'm not sure it says nickname there. It just says Agron.
I assumed it's a nickname, but maybe the witness can also rephrase and say with the name Agron or nickname Agron.
Os outros jucados.
Your Honor, in the brigade where I acted as a deputy commander, Agron was Rifat Suleimani, the commander of the 2nd Battalion. And there was another one with the real name Agron Arama, from Smolitz, who then became commander of Brigade 134 and was killed at the end of January 1999. I heard of these two agrons during the war. One of them is a nickname, Rifat Suleimani, the battalion commander, and the other one with the real name, Agron Rama. I don't know other people who go by the same name.
Two names you just mentioned, the two agrons, you know from back in the days, were they, or do you know whether they acted as representative of the KLA General Staff at a meeting, the Ducagini operational zone?
No, Your Honor. Rifat Suleimani, with the pseudonym Agran, came towards the end of May with Salih Veseli in Munich. Agran Rama was in Smolensk when I entered Kosovo on 22nd or 23rd of April, 98. And at this time, on the 22nd of June, as indicated in the document, they were both within the brigade where I was deputy commander at the time.
Brings me to another question. Very briefly, you mentioned earlier today, or you were asked during cross-examination about people with the name or nickname Luli. Remember that?
Yes.
Either a member or representative or in any other way affiliated with the General Staff with a nickname or with the name Luli?
Yes, but I met or knew him in December 98, somewhere close to the General Staff. They referred to him as Commander Luli, whereas the one in Ducagin was Lulzim Morina, whom we called Luli. He was a brigade commander. I know these two. I knew these two.
You know who the person you just referred to as Commander Luli, who that person was?
Lulzim Morina.
Lulzim Morina.
No, the other Luli. The one you just mentioned in relation to being close to the General Staff.
Yes, I saw him once at the General Staff, and after the war I understood that he was Veseli.
Could you give us the first name of Mr. Veseli? For the record. To avoid misunderstandings.
Hold on a second.
Kadri Veseli.
Kadri Veseli. I apologize. Because I have these moments when in particular circumstances I struggle to remember even the name of my son. The prosecutor is aware of this. It's not that I did not want to say it immediately, straight away. I just had a moment of absence. I apologize.
The last document I would like to show to you is U001-4078 to U001-4078. and the Albanian version is can be found in the exhibit range U001-4078 to U001-4080. And this is a document for the parties that was MFI'd under the number 1D00188. And if I'm not mistaken, this document is still MFI'd, but it was tendered by the prosecution in the bar table motion in relation to documents of the Dukagjini operational zone, as were all other documents I have used with this witness. Mr. Maloko, this document reads very briefly: Kosovo Liberation Army, Regional Staff of Dukagjini, 23rd June 1998, Jablanica, and it says decisions of the meeting of the Regional Staff of Dukagjini held on the 23rd of June 1998, and as we'll skip the rest and go straight to the last paragraph of that document, full paragraph of that document that reads: after those in attendance presented all of the advantages of uniting and coordinating the forces, it was unanimously decided and unanimously declared that the regional staff of Dukagjini be founded with the following composition. Then it reads: the regional staff of Dukagjini, starting with the commander Ramush Haridinai. If I could ask you to go through the other names until the end.
Oh. Yes.
Muhammad Berisha. I would like to ask you, it's my final question, from what you know and what you remember, do you see anything wrong in relation to the people mentioned here as members of the regional staff of Dukagjini, either in relation to the names or to the positions that were ascribed to these people?
Yes, Your Honor. The person in chief for logistics, responsible for logistics, is Besniku. In brackets, NM, it's me. It was foreseen that I assume this responsibility because of my profession. My education in the military academy was such. This position suited my education. This is a document about which I knew, not that it existed, but that I knew that I was supposed to have that position. But the war circumstances in my brigade in Munich did not allow me to leave that position I had and take over the responsibility of logistics in the Dukagjini operational zone staff. Also, Tahir Sema came with 3 other officers who stayed at my brigade, where I was a deputy commander. Rustem Berisha, Agim Ramadani, and Sefedin Kuchi. The brigade commander that should take this position was unable to do so. Aziz Husseini became the commander because the conditions in my brigade were such that I could not leave my position because of the military operations. So I was unable to take over this position.
Mr. Maloko, and the person Togeri, do you know who that person is? You see that?
Po, ishte
Yes, Idris Bala was the person. I knew him from 1991 in Gospic, when I had a voluntary brigade of Albanians. He was one of the volunteers, so I knew him since then. His name is Idris Bala.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
faleminderit.
Thank you.
Judge Smith, and good afternoon, Mr. Maloku.
Mirita.
Good afternoon.
A few more questions for you, and I will start with questions about a number of individuals that you've already mentioned. I would like a few more information about them. The first one is Jelaidin Gashi, and I will briefly summarize what you told us already. You told us that you knew him. You told us that his nickname was Plaku. And you told us that you knew him as a KLA member dealing in logistics. Is that correct?
Vetëm një përmirësim.
Only something else. I never saw him in person. I knew about him, that Plaku was responsible for logistics in Albania. Only after the war I found out that it was Jeladin Plaku. Because people always referred to him as Plaku, that somebody should go to Plaku, the units should go to Plaku to get weapons, that Plaku got the weapons and so on. So his name was mentioned, this nickname was often mentioned.
And I think you also said that he died of natural causes, I think you said, after the war. Is that right?
Sa di unë po.
To my knowledge, yes.
Cilën vit po.
I don't know in which year.
Would you be able to say whether he died perhaps 5 or 6 years after the war? In other words, not long after the conflict. Would that be correct?
Nuk kisha mujt.
I wouldn't be able to say.
The second individual I want to ask you about, and it's really to be certain that we know who you are talking about, it's in preparation note number 1 at page 4. That's ERN 126644, paragraph 10. You refer to 2 individuals when you met with the prosecutor last week by the names of Nazer Idrizi and Yashar Salihi. Do you recall mentioning these individuals?
Oh.
Yes.
Yashar, which is recorded as Salihi in that note. Are you referring to Yashar Salihu, who worked for the Homeland Calling Fund?
Po.
Yes, the same person. In Switzerland he was.
A year or 2 after the war, is that correct?
Dikun jashtë, më duket.
Yes, I think he died in France, in hospital. I know that he died abroad. He had a brain tumor.
The third person I want briefly to ask you about is someone by the name of Jemahil Fetahu. First, can you confirm whether you know that person?
E kam njohur.
I knew him, Your Honor. I met him for the first time in January 98 in Prague. He came there with Femi Ladrossi. I went there from Ljubljana with Javdet Haziri, and in Prague we met. Then I met Jemal Fetahu in Brigade 138, Agim Ramadani in Koshar. He died. He was killed in Koshar on the last day of fighting, when the Kumanova Agreement was signed and all military activity was was stopped. This is all I know about him.
May 1999, would that be correct?
June 99. The Kumanova Agreement was signed on 9th June.
Do you know what his role was within the KLA during the conflict? Role or position?
Cemal Fetahi
and Femi Ladrovsky came to Prague. We met with him. Their role was to collect funds for the KLA. There was also Fadil Demiri and some other officers. We wanted to coordinate our efforts for the war, because I believe you know that Yashar Salihi and Nasser Idrisi engaged me in September of '97. They came to my home in Ljubljana, and from that moment I made myself available for the KLA. And as of September '97, I was engaged in various activities, Germany, Czechia, Russia, to organize people for the upcoming conflict in spring.
For that, sir. The next person I want to ask you about is again someone whom you mentioned. It's Shaban Shala. Can you first confirm that you know who that person is?
I knew
Shaban Shala. If you mean Shaban Shala from Negros village or Djerdjic village, I think Djerdjic village.
Be that as it may, can you tell us what his function was?
They are adjacent villages. Shaban Shala was in the same group with me in prison in 1985. I knew him for the first time when I received the indictment. Then I saw that he too had been in the same network, and we had indirect connections, I would say. Then I met him during the war in Kosovo. He came and met me in Saglar village when I was wounded, because his brother Bedri Shala was killed in Unique. He came to fight in Unique from the Drenica operational zone together with Bekim Berisha. And when I was wounded, they withdrew me from Unique. Then after 2 weeks, his brother was killed, Bedri Shala. That is all I know about him.
Operational zone of the KLA he was active in during the war?
From what I know, in the Drenica operational zone. And his military participation was such that he was promoted to the rank of general before he was killed.
Do you know what his function was during the war within the Drenica operational zone? Do you know what his position was?
No, I don't know.
You've just said that he was killed or he died. Do you remember approximately when that was?
He died about 4 or 5 years after the war. I'm not very sure. I apologize that I'm not good at dates and years.
very bad at dates myself, sir, so worry not about this. There's another person that I want to ask you about, and it's perhaps testing your historical knowledge rather than your insight into the Kiele. But do you know who is Esat Pashe Toptani?
Nga historia
From history, Esat Pash Toptani was a pasha. He was killed in Vienna as a traitor, and he has gone down in the history of the Albanian people as a traitor. If we are talking of the same person, Esat Pash Toptani.
Ask you a few clarification about your evidence on your trip to Belanice, you say in December of 1998. First, a couple of questions of geography, if you can help us with that. Is it correct that Belanice is located within the municipality of Mališevo? Is that right?
po.
Yes.
As far as the Kiele zoning is concerned, this would have fallen within the zone of responsibility of the Pastric operational zone. Is that correct?
Po.
Yes.
Again, a more general geographic question, if I may. Is it correct to describe Belanice as being located in the Dukajin region or plain? Is that, again, a correct proposition?
Yo.
No. No, it's not. We say Lapush. That region we call Rapush. It's not Dukajin. Dukajin is a region that includes Jakov, Pet, Pej, Dechan, Istoklin, not Dukajin. Mališev is the central part of Kosovo.
At the time when you visited Belanice, the Kiele had a position or a point in Belanice at the time. Is that correct?
There was a unit, the unit of Belanice, that operated there all the time.
Include members of the military police, if you know.
No, I have no information about that. It was part of Brigade 121.
Head of the military police of Brigade 121 military police in early October 1998.
No, Your Honor.
Now, you said that you were sent to Belanice by Jakub Krasniqi, and you explained that you had family in the area. Now, what did Mr. Krasniqi tell you your mission was in that village when he sent you there?
Your Honor, there is a difference in a word. Mr. Krasniqi didn't send me. He told me it would be good if you accompanied the brigade commander and the chief of staff, because there is going to be a rally with the citizens of Belanice. Because I am a military man, and in the military language, if you send somebody somewhere, that person has to present a report. I simply accompanied the brigade commander and the chief of staff in their meeting with citizens which they had organized.
With the wording, sir, but in your statement of 12 June of 2016 that you gave to the SPRK, you said, I was sent by the general staff. But putting that to one side, Mr. Krasniqi tells you there's going to be a a meeting with the local population. Did he tell you what the meeting was about?
He didn't
tell me what the meeting was about, but that the brigade commander has a meeting there. It was a rule that when a brigade commander was changed, the new one, newly appointed commander, held a meeting with citizens and the KLA units in the entire area of responsibility of the brigade. That was a somewhat larger meeting with the participation of some villages around Belanica.
Krasniqi send you, or as you have it, ask you to go to any other search meeting in any other location that you can think of today?
Krasniqi,
no. I told the SPO, you have evidence that from the 18th of November to 27th of November, I was in another part of the Malisheva municipality with the Brigade 122.
On occasion that he sent you somewhere or asked you to go somewhere, as you testified. In terms of the subjects that you discussed with this local population, in your successive statement you indicate that you discussed with the population the killing of Mr. Binici and Hodja. Is that correct?
It is amongst many other topics that were discussed there. The brigade commander initiated this, and among the number of issues that were discussed during that 1 hour and a half or 2 hours, a local resident there, when I was advocating for support for the KLA to liberate the country, that everybody's contribution was welcome, a local resident present there raised his hand and said, "We suspect the KLA killed 2 of our co-villagers."
Did you tell them when he or that person said that?
I have stated this in court in Jakova as well. The brother of Ramiz Hoxha himself admitted to it being like that. I said Kosovo will be free and liberated. We will create our state, and nothing will remain uncovered as to what has happened or is happening during the war. I even took an example saying that there are still trials going on regarding events that happened during the Second World War. And I told them we will set up states, organs and structures, and everything will be resolved and elucidated. That incident had happened 3 months ago. This was my appeal to the civilians, to the population. After the war, in 2000, the brother of Ramiz Hoxha came to me in Pristina.
What, if anything, did you do to ensure that what you had told this person would happen, that this case would be elucidated and resolved? What did you or those who were with you, Haji Shala and Mr. Dragai, what step did you take to ensure that this would be the case?
I do not know what steps they undertook. In 2000, the brother of Ramiz Hoxha came to me and reminded me the meeting, the rally in Belanica, and said, I want my case to be resolved, elucidated. I replied to him, Kosovo still does not have justice institutions. The rule of law is a competence of ULEX. Hire a lawyer, and only the court can elucidate and shed light on your case. He took the case to court. The proceedings went on. I gave the same evidence in Jakova. Ramiz Hoxha, I knew him from Slovenia. The son of Ramiz Hoxha was a scaly soldier when his father was killed.
Question was a bit simpler, but maybe not clear enough. My question is, during the war, after this meeting, you commit or you indicate to the person that steps will be taken to elucidate this case. During the war, what step, if any, did you personally take to ensure that this would be the case?
No, during the war, I did not take any steps, Your Honor. There was the brigade commander and the chief of staff who had organized the meeting, the rally. I did not know what steps I could have possibly taken during the war.
Know of Mr. Haji Shala, of Mr. Dragai having taken any such steps during the war?
No, Your Honor.
Those were my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Smith. Good afternoon, Mr. Malaku. Just a few more questions.
Second. As you can see, we've gone past 3:30. I was hoping we could just move on, but if we need to take a break, we can do it quickly.
Some of us may need to consult with our clients just to see if we're going to have any recross. So if there's a chance for a break somewhere, that would be great. Yeah.
Okay, well then we'll probably have to, it'll probably be after 4:30 before we can finish today. It's okay, it's no problem.
It may be I have no questions, I just need to consult.
No, I
that's all,
understand,
yeah.
but we need to take a break now. It's 10 minutes. We'll take a 10-minute break, witness, and then we'll come back to the courtroom and try to finish up your testimony. So we're adjourned for 10 minutes.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated, please. We got your message. You wanted to do some house cleaning, but if you don't mind, let's finish this up and then we'll do it. And then we'll get you a mop and a bucket and you can...
Understood, thank you.
Judge Gaynor at the far end here has some questions for you.
Thank you, Judge Smith. Mr. Mulaku, I just want to focus briefly on the distribution of satellite telephones. Now, you told us yesterday that satellite telephones started coming in June 1998, you told us. And then you said we gradually started being equipped to them. You said, quote, to my knowledge, we managed to distribute them at the brigade level only in November, unquote. Do you remember saying that?
Paul.
Yes.
Satellite phones came in.
Yours of the
No, Your Honor. I only know that we managed to equip every brigade with satellite phones. We were not able to equip the lower units. We only did that with brigades and operational zones and the general staff. But I wouldn't know the exact number of phones.
1998, who did you first distribute them to?
I initially received the phone in my territory. It was brought to me by Mohammed Kelmendi and Nasser Idrisi. Then, when the brigade was set up, this became the brigade phone. And when I was wounded and evacuated for treatment, the phone remained with the brigade.
Who received that phone?
Yes, I remember, because I used it to make the first call to my family.
Please.
I'm not able to tell you the exact date, Your Honor.
This process of distributing the phones was going on. Would it be fair to say that by November, phones had been distributed to the brigades and to all of the zone commanders and to the members of the general staff?
I believe that in December, when the communication started with the operational zones, so between the operational directorate and the operational zones, they had satellite phones.
December 1998, of course, isn't it?
Paul.
Yes.
The operational directorate. You told Gazzetta Recipitare in an interview published on the 2nd of March 1999 at page 126682 for our purposes. You said, quote, I am not a commander of any of the operational zones, but I am in the operational directorate of the general staff of the KLA, which is a more senior position than an operational zone commander, unquote. I'm not sure if you remember saying that.
Paul.
Yes.
Explain a little bit more about how you understood the operational directorate to be superior to the zone commanders.
This was an interview to a newspaper, Your Honor. I tried to present the KLA as a professional army to convince the Albanian public that in Kosovo that the hopes and the hope for freedom lies with the KLA. This was it. I had this position as an officer at the operational directorate. Until the end of the war, I was assisting.
Did you consider that the director of the operational directorate was able to issue commands to the zone commanders?
You.
No. The head of the operational directorate does not issue orders. The chief of staff does. The ranking was higher than the operational zones, like in any other army. We tried to create this image for the monitoring mission for the world to see that we have a hierarchy that is respected. So when a representative of some foreign mission or monitoring mission would go to a zone commander, they would say, this person is at a higher position than I am, so please direct your request to him, because we had the regular visits from observers, including internationals in zones and brigades.
Correct in understanding that the director of the operational directorate was able to issue commands to the zone commanders. Is that a correct understanding?
You.
No. The chief of staff could give orders. The director of the operational directorate dealt with operational information from the ground, from the field, preparation of the operational room, and information about combat activities on the ground. The chief of staff then had that information.
Chief of staff of the operations directorate issued orders to the zone commands. He was doing so on behalf of the general staff. Is that correct?
I have not seen such orders because I did not have access to those documents. I am basing this on logical thinking. I did not see those orders.
Is the structure as you understood it yourself? Is that right?
That's right.
Did you understand that the Chief of Staff of the Operations Directorate could issue orders to ZKZ units?
I don't think so. What was the connection with the ZKZ? That is a sector that collects information, analyzes them, assesses it, and passes that on to the Chief of Staff. Doesn't have any other competencies.
From a separate direction. I think you told us about the operations room in the Operations Directorate, and you said there were topographic maps there. This was on the 24th of April, pages 110 to 111. You said, quote, all the information we received on the movement of the Serb forces, or expansion or reduction of territories of the zones, we placed on that topographic map. We had a table on the wall where we wrote the daily losses, daily reports on alleged losses of the enemy that we received from the operational zones, unquote. You remember giving that evidence 2 days ago?
Yes. This was the job of the Operational Directorate.
The kind of intelligence or counterintelligence information, if you like, that you need to have in order to understand where the Serb forces are moving was coming up to your directorate via a communications line. I think you told us there was a decision to have a daily communication between the operational zones and the operational directorate of the general staff And that decision was taken in the first meeting of December with the commanders of the operational zones. So it was the duty of the operational directorate to communicate with the operational zones. I said that on the 24th of April, pages 110 to 111. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Information which was coming from the zones to ensure that your topographic maps and your lists of daily losses was entirely accurate. That's what I want to know more about. Can you explain to me how you ensured that the information coming from the zones was accurate and reliable and frequent?
I told you that we were unable to verify the information we received. I said it today. However, we took them to be accurate, and we often would compare them with the news on papers, radio. Deutsche Welle had a large network of reporters on the ground, so we would often compare the information received with the information we would collect from the media and the press. This situation was such that the territory was occupied. Most of the brigades were isolated. They were not connected or had no communication amongst them. And the only means of communication, including between brigades and the operational zone, was the phone. There was no physical communication between zones or brigades because you had to go through enemy lines. Every zone had a ZKZ to collect the information. They would present that intelligence information to the brigade. Then the brigade from 6 to 8 would convey this information to the operational zone. The operational zones usually had a female soldier employed who, over the phone, passed on that basic information regarding troop movements, police, manpower, directions the forces were moving into, and military clashes, which were daily at the time. We had losses, including civilians. And this was sent further up to the operational directorate, which had no connection or communication with the ZKZ.
At one point, you said from 6 to 8 they would convey this information to the operational zones. Just exactly what do you mean from 6 to 8?
From 6 to 8, meaning last 24 hours, every 24-hour report. From 6 to 8.
Zone was under an instruction to send in a report to the operations directorate every 24 hours.
During my time in Dukajin, this is how we did it. From 6 to 8, all brigades would report to the operational zone, the command of the operational zone, about the developments in the last 24 hours within the territory of the brigade.
Your zone command would relay that information to the operations directorate immediately. Is that right?
Yes, to the between 8 and 10, yeah, during that time. They would pass it on to the operational directorate. No, 10 a.m.
I just want to focus on that meeting that took place in early December 1998 involving all of the zone commanders. And this was the start of what you described as monthly briefings involving the zone commanders and all of the directors of the directorates of the General Staff. Do you remember giving evidence about that?
Oh.
Yes.
I think you were referring to the one meeting that you're familiar with. You said the minutes of the meeting, the topics, the written reports that came from the zone commander, they come to the operational directorate of the GS. And these materials were drafted in the form of reports from the meeting of the General Staff. Unquote. That's a quote from your evidence today. Could you clarify that a little bit?
Yes.
That after the monthly briefing, minutes of that meeting were prepared.
Proces verbal in both.
It would seem that the minutes were taken during the meeting, but the request to report or the reporting from the operational zones was then compiled in a summary report, which included all territories, the KLA in general, about the needs, requests, and we would then try to respond and fulfill those requests and needs based on our available resources. However, we never managed to do so entirely.
1998. Who represented the military police directorate?
I think it was in this meeting that it was decided that Fatmir Lima was promoted from his position of Brigade Commander 1212 to Director of the Military Police. And the building was located in a completely different village in Ladros. I know where the building was situated. I drove by. It was on the left-hand side. Never went in though, but those were the premises of the Military Police Directorate. Because there was no room in the premises of the farm we mentioned before.
Who represented the Intelligence Directorate? Or intelligence and counterintelligence, if you prefer.
I don't know.
Final point, and then I'll be finished. You said you were an advisor to Mr. Thaçi in September 1999. It was unclear to me how long you were an advisor to Mr. Thaçi for.
Look, it was either September or August, because I came back from the hospital in Mainz in Frankfurt, where I was treated. So I came back in August or September. I fulfilled this role until the date of the transformation of the KLA into the KPC. I do not recall the exact date, but until that date, I served as an advisor to Mr. Thaçi for security matters.
During that period, was there any discussion with Mr. Thaçi concerning persons who had gone missing after they had been taken into custody by the KLA?
No, we did not have such discussions. I dealt with the matters related to the transformation of the KLA into the KPC, the international community, whole book, holding meetings with the chief of staff and others who introduce themselves or not. So this was the issue at hand, to transform the KLA as per the agreed conditions with the internationals. With respect to other areas like public security and safety, rule of law, all this was a prerogative of UNMIC and ULEX. We, as a provisional government, had no prerogatives to deal with these matters, apart from making public appeals or issuing public statements to the fact that these missions, rule of law missions, are in charge of these areas. Kosovo did not even have a police force or anything of that sort.
Complaints from relatives of persons who were last seen in KLA custody. And those relatives were trying to find out what had happened to those disappeared persons. Did you hear anything at all about that?
There were things in newspapers, in the press, but they had to go to the UNMIC police and ULEX police. The rule of law was under ULEX. They had investigators, judges. Kosovo had no official resources or prerogatives or capacity to undertake anything in that direction. The police was UNMIC.
Showing any interest in this issue while you acted as his advisor?
Mr. Thaçi, Mr. Ugov, and all political representatives in Kosovo asked from the rule of law organs to elucidate cases, to undertake all necessary steps in that regard. We had many disappeared, missing persons whom we did not know whether they had been taken away by Serbia or they were in prison, in Serbian jails. So this was a very difficult and complicated situation immediately after the war. There were 45,000 KFOR troops deployed in the country. Kosovo had absolutely no prerogatives or capacities to undertake anything in this regard, with the exception of issuing public statements.
Any follow-up questions from the SBO?
No.
Mr. Thaçi, defense?
Mr. Mishetic, yes, thank you. Witness, I just have a follow-up question to a question that Judge Gaynor asked you, and it was with respect to, this is page 121 of the transcript. You were asked, when the Chief of Staff of the Operations Directorate issued orders to the zone commands, he was doing so on behalf of the General Staff. Is that correct? And your answer is, I have not seen such orders because I did not have access to those documents. I did not see those orders. And then the next question is, but that is the structure as you understood it yourself. Is that right? And your answer is, that's right. My question to you is, you have no knowledge, as I understood your answer, about any communication between Bislam Zarapi and Azam Sula. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did not see the orders. Are you aware that Bislam Zarapi issued orders and signed them in his capacity as Chief of the General Staff rather than as Chief of Staff? Are you aware of that?
No, other than those that were shown to me here, who have followed the testimony of Mr. Zurabi. Until that day, I had no knowledge of the existence of such documents.
Armed forces. Are you aware in Croatia, for example, the highest ranking military officer is called Chief of the General Staff? Is that correct?
Yes, that's the case in all armies.
Staff is itself a command position, and it's not acting on behalf of a collective. Is that correct?
Zoti avokat.
Counsel, give me 2 minutes to explain.
Like 30 seconds.
Lutem.
Please. In the case of voluntary brigade Ingo speech, I tell you that the president of Croatia has not acknowledged it as being part of the Croatian army for 30 years. There were 2 people who were killed then. He accepted that they were martyrs, 8 invalids, whereas he did not acknowledge the existence of this brigade then. The Kosovo Liberation Army was a voluntary army too.
Of the General Staff, as opposed to Chief of Staff. Chief of the General Staff is a command position. Would you agree in armies?
Yes, the chief of staff is so in every army, but in our case, Croatia didn't command our brigade. When we went on an action, they asked us whether we were going to join it. You have to understand that.
Yeah, I'm not asking you about Croatia anymore. So let's put Croatia aside.
Okay, okay.
Distinction between a chief of staff and a chief of the general staff. Do you understand the distinction?
Yes, chief of general staff is above a chief of staff.
Commander, would you agree?
Yes, 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 you're right. I knew that after the war.
Before we leave you, Mr. Yeah, I know, Mr. Misitish. I've asked our good translators if we could run a little bit over, so I don't want to cut anybody off from asking questions that you think are important. So
no, that's all, and I know Mr. Dixon has some questions, so I wanted to leave time for him.
Mr. Dixon, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Honours. Mr. Maloko, I just have a few follow-up questions. Firstly, you were shown a document by Judge Barter. If that can be called up, it's 002-1395. It's in Albanian and English.
Apologies, can we have the URL reference again, please?
002-1395. This is going to be on the judge's queue.
It is, but it's U002-1395 to U002-1395. Is that the document, perhaps?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, sir, you said you didn't know anything about this document, you hadn't seen it before. What I wanted to ask you is if you look at the document in the Albanian, at the top left there, it says Shiki, well, with an I at the end of Shik, and then U-C-K, Dukajin. I mean, do you know what Shiki stands for?
It is something written by someone who has only a primary education level and can't make the difference between chic and chicky.
So there's no such body as Shiki, is that right? With an I on the end like that. It's referred to in the document, in the body of the document as well.
No, to my knowledge, no.
After the word Shiki, there's UCK. If you look at the English translation, I'm not sure if you can read English, but it says Kosovo Intelligence Agency in the English translation. Can you confirm that nowhere in the Albanian does it read Kosovo Intelligence Service? It's not there in the handwritten note, is it?
Jo.
No.
And can then I also please confirm with you, sir, that this document talks about a inauguration of a facility of the Shik in the Dukajin area. It's correct that there was never ever a building which Shik, or Shiki as it says in the original Albanian document, existed in the Dukajin area. There was no such building, was there?
I didn't see any such building in this village. And on the 28th of the month, when this document purports, I was injured. I was in hospital in Iznik.
I saw any such building in this village. Did you see any building for Shik or Shiki anywhere else in the Dukajin zone?
No, sir.
Taken down, thank you. And then if we could call up U001 3408 to U001 3409. These are some notes that were shown to you by Judge Barter as well. Yes. Now, once again, you said you had never seen this document before. You don't know anything about it. It's right, isn't it, that you have no idea who wrote this document?
It's correct. I didn't.
Series of entries over 2 pages. We don't know anything about this document, but I wanted to ask you whether or not you'd ever seen any documents like this in your time in Dukajin, similar kinds of notes. You've said that you received many reports, you compiled reports, you sent them on all over. Have you ever seen anything like this in your time there?
Jo, zot jam.
No, I have not.
Disa gjëra tjera këtu që s'kan.
I see some things here that have nothing to do with my work in Dukajin or in Kosovo.
I understand that you've given some evidence about the content, but I'm asking, have you ever seen anything in this form before? These kinds of notes passed on to you or that were given to you?
You.
No. No, Counsel.
We can take that down and bring up one final document, which is U0014082 to U0014083, please. Now, once again, sir, these are some notes which set out dates with information that were shown to you. You have never seen this before. It's right, isn't that once again, you have no idea who prepared this document?
That's right. I have no idea who has compiled such kind of reporting or documents.
And you've never seen a document like this in your work in Thaçi. That's right, when you were there compiling reports, gathering information.
No, I have not, Counsel.
Those can be taken down. Just a few other questions, Mr. Maloku. You were asked by Judge Barter about Mr. Faton Mametai, and you said that you learned about this, that he was in the intelligence sector in January 1999 when you returned to the Thaçi operational zone. When you say you learnt about this in January, that's from other people. You didn't speak to Mr. Mametai. You heard about this from others. Is that right?
It's very interesting. I never talked with Mr. Mametai, but I knew that Mr. Mametai and people said that he was responsible for intelligence, counterintelligence. So these are documents that I cannot give an explanation. I don't understand them myself.
You were shown some documents from 1998. Is it right that you heard that in 1998 he was in intelligence at that time? Because we've seen some of the documents that were shown to you. I'm not saying you know about them, but is it right that you heard that he was there in 1998?
You.
No.
What you're saying is that you heard that he was in intelligence when you came in January of 1999, but that's not something that you were able to yourself verify. Is that right? You never checked that and confirmed that?
You.
No.
One last matter, also asked by Judge Barter in relation to the Commander Lulis. You said in your evidence that you found out after the war that the Commander Luli, who you were told was Commander Luli, who you met once at the General Staff, was Kadri Vasili. And you said you think, this is what you said in your testimony today, this happened in December 1998, that you had this one encounter. I just want to go back to... If I could just finish. I just want to go back to your evidence. This is in preparation note 1, paragraph 15, which is in evidence. I'm just going to remind you, then ask you a clarifying question in relation to that encounter and the timing of it. You said that you hadn't seen this person in Albania before, but that in Mr. Bislam Zarapi's office, when someone walked past and Zarapi told you that the person was Commander Luli, who after the war you learned was Kadri Vasili. You said that you did not speak to him on this occasion. And then you also said, and this is also at paragraph 15, that you never interacted with Mr. Vasili after seeing him then. They never had a conversation or were in the same room. You recall that that's your evidence on this passing encounter?
A comparing guy.
I saw him from inside the room. He was outside. And I don't remember to have been in with the same room with him ever, or to have communicated with him.
Yes, so in all your time when you were in Duke before you went to the General Staff, and then when you were in the General Staff, and then thereafter when you went back to Duke you never ever had any meeting with him or any conversation with Mr. Vasili. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Correct.
Of this passing encounter, you've said in your preparation note 1, which is in evidence, this is paragraph 15, that you saw Vasili after 28 November when you returned to the General Staff from the field. And then you say this, it could have been in December 1998 or January 1999. That's your evidence, isn't it? It could have been any time within that period.
Poor.
Yes.
Reality of the matter is that you're just not sure when it was that this one single encounter occurred.
You thought.
No. I told you I have problems with the dates, but I do know that I saw him once.
Okay, those are our questions. Thank you, Your
Thank
Honours.
you, Mr. Dixon. Mr. Roberts?
No questions, thank you, Your Honour.
Ms. Alexandra?
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Witness, you'll be glad to know that that means your testimony is finished. It's been a long 3 days, and we thank you for being with us. You may leave the courtroom now with the court usher with our thanks, and we hope you have a pleasant evening. So will the next witness be ready at 9 a.m. tomorrow, Mr. Patch?
As far as I'm aware, yes, Your Honour. If there's any updates that I learn after court, we will send an email.
Now, wait a second. Oh, we got competing house cleanings. Go ahead.
I was first, yeah. Your Honor, Judge Bartha used an exhibit which is MFI'd by the Thaçi defense, which is 1D00188. I checked into it. It was MFI'd for a translation issue that has been resolved. It's also on the SPO's Duke bar table motion, so I assume there's no objection now to admitting it as an exhibit.
I assume the same. Is that correct?
Assuming that is all correct, we agree.
1D00188 is admitted, and the MFI will be removed. Now, Mr. Roberts. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's get the...
Thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted to
Record
confirm
made.
that evidence status will be changed for this. Thank you.
Thanks, Your Honour. It's just to inform you and request for tomorrow, as it's a video link witness, that Mr. Salimi will follow from the detention unit and will file the appropriate waiver this afternoon.
Fine, and that goes for everybody else. Anybody who wants to just make sure the waiver is on file. Thank you all for your efforts on this extended witness, and we will see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. We're adjourned.
All rise.